a decision by the Department of Fishery, Forestry and the Environment that if we had not appealed would have led to the shutdown of 16 gigawatts, and this is to comply with minimum emission standards. We are engaging with the department, and we are on the 31st of January going to be making a submission to a panel appointed by Minister Creasy to consider our appeal. So that process is ongoing. The capacity shortfall was further exacerbated by an explosion at Medupi Unit 4, which resulted in a 720 megawatt loss. And then, of course, during 2022, we saw a decline, again exacerbated by an unlawful strike that was accompanied by significant intimidation, violence, damage to property. And we have had a disappointing response, shall we say, from the South African Police Services in bringing the perpetrators of this unacceptable level of violence to book. We are also in the process of installing new steam generators at Koeberg, Unit 1 and Unit 2. This is an essential part of prolonging the life of Koeberg, which is, in my humble opinion, a true national asset for a further 20 years. The replacement at Koeberg, Unit 1 of these steam generators, is accompanied by a general outage. The unit went off towards the end of last year. Typically this unit generates about 928 megawatts. And that outage, of course, is contributing to the current shortage of generation capacity. It is intended to return to operation by the end of June, and then during the peak demand period during July and August, we will have 2 units operating at Koeberg, and then in September we will take down Unit 2 for its steam generator replacement outage, and then that will also take a further 200 days. And once that is complete, then Koeberg will be back and delivering megawatts to the grid. So we are unfortunately in a perfect storm, with Koeberg reaching the end of its operational life, where we need to do significant work to obtain regulatory approval to extend its life, and we are engaged with the regulator in that regard, and everything is on track. But this is accompanied by some major challenges on our coal fleet. Now, in addition, we have had the loss of 3 units at Kusile due to challenges on our flue, the flue carrying emissions from the boilers, and I'll give you more color on that in subsequent slides. Honourable Chair, it is also, I think, important to state that because of a lack of liquidity and because of Eskom's constrained finances, we were unable to run our open cycle gas turbines to their maximum capacity. Now, bear in mind that these plants were never designed to be operated as baseload generators, and it would be very inadvisable to consider them as such. But if we had more money available for diesel, the stages of load shedding would have been reduced. I can make that statement categorically.
Come again.
If we had more money available to buy diesel for open cycle gas turbines, the stages of load shedding would have been reduced. Right, if we can move to the next slide then. Thank you, Natasha. The 3 elements that we are looking at for our recovery plan comprise 3 major pillars. The first one is a recovery in our energy availability factor. We are focusing on 6 priority stations, and I'll tell you which those are in a subsequent slide. We are focusing on 10 focus area. I'll also go into that. And we anticipate that we'll be able to return 1,862 megawatts to the grid by March, the end of March of this year. Now that's more or less equivalent to 2 stages of load shedding. We furthermore intend to add 6,000 megawatts over the next 24 months. But we need the skill, we need the money, and we need the time. 3 things that are critical to enable us to carry out this work. The time will be afforded to Eskom by adding additional capacity to the grid. And Honourable Chair, I am very pleased to see the response of the market to the lifting of the cap on own and embedded generation in response to the President's announcement on the 25th of July of last year. We are informed by Operation Vulindlela, located in the Presidency, that there is now a total of 9,200 megawatts worth of projects in the pipeline that will enable us to address load shedding. So unfortunately, these megawatts do not become available immediately. They take time. Projects need to be executed, but there is an extraordinary amount of activity by investors to respond to this new regulatory dispensation. So that is very pleasing and will afford us huge relief, and ultimately, as I've indicated and as we have been saying for the past 3 years, this will play a major role in bringing an end to load shedding. In order to continue to attract investors to generation, Honourable Chair, Eskom needs to complete legal separation. We need to set up an independent transmission system and market operator in order to give investors the confidence that their bids into a power market will be fairly adjudicated when compared to Eskom generation. If they think that there's going to be an inside track for Eskom generation, they will be loath to invest. We are country number 106, I'm told, to embark on this structural reform. So we are not bleeding edge. We are in fact following a very well-trodden path that other countries have followed for this particular reform. The third element, Honourable Chair, is to focus on certain government enablers, regulatory matters, financial matters, policy alignment between energy policy, environmental policy, fiscal policy, and industrial policy. And here again, and it's not my place to comment on behalf of NECOM, but I can say that I'm hugely encouraged by what I'm seeing happening in NECOM in terms of addressing some of these regulatory and governmental constraints. And it's very pleasing to see the urgency with which these matters are being attended to. We need to address Eskom's financial sustainability. We need to ensure that we can collect money that is due to us. I won't comment on cost-reflective tariffs, that being a particularly sensitive, also litigious topic at this point in time. Safe to say that there are essentially 2 sources of enabling Eskom to recover its costs, either from those who consume electricity or from the taxpayer by transfers from National Treasury. And this is a choice that those who make these decisions need to make. I think it is also important to note that people who do not pay for electricity, those who are illegally connected, very typically waste electricity. So they will, during winter time, open an oven door in order to return to a home after work, to a nice toasty home, but of course that oven consumes a lot of electricity, and so it goes. We really need to establish a culture of payment for services in South Africa. We also need to look after the indigent and increase the uptake of the existing free basic electricity grant, which is lower than what one would expect, given the inequality that regrettably still prevails in South Africa. So essentially the two components: try and recover the coal plant as best we can while adding new capacity. We then move on to the next slide, Chair. As the Eskom board chair has said...
Just 1 second. So, colleagues, the presentation has been circulated, so you've all received it. You all got okay. Sure, thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. As the Eskom board chair has said, we are currently sitting at an unacceptably low energy availability factor of some 56%. We are working very hard at improving the performance of those stations. In order to make sure that there is no further slippage on this performance, we have to guard the performance at our current flagship stations. Medupi, Letaba, Matimba, and our peaking stations, our open cycle gas turbines and our pumped storage plants, perform really well. And I believe that it is also important that we not only secure the performance of the plant, but that we secure the performance of the people working at that plant. And that we give recognition and reward in order to retain those people, so that we don't lose further skills, as evidenced by historical patterns. Now, the top 6 stations that contribute far and away the most to load shedding are Tutuka, Duva, Majuba, Kusile, Matla, and Kendal. Tutuka, Honourable Chair, which is a station that has been characterized by very significant criminality, is running at an energy availability factor currently of between 15 and 17%, 1.5 to 1.7, which is shall I say, disappointingly low. This is just unacceptable for a station that is one of the newest in our fleet. Honourable Chair, this also happens to be the station where the Power General Manager, when he walks the plant, has to wear a bulletproof vest. He is accompanied by 2 bodyguards. His wife is protected by bodyguards. His kids, when they go to school, are also protected by bodyguards. And this is due to threats to his life and that of his family. So criminality remains an egregious problem in Mpumalanga, and it needs to be addressed very firmly. We need to continue to execute Kubuk 1, and I must say I'm pleased by progress so far. We have made changes to our project management team at Kubuk. I think this committee is aware of those changes, and we are now seeing a very professional approach, also augmented by additional resources. We therefore intend to, by the end of our next financial year, in March 2024, achieve 65% energy availability factor. We will then bring into focus the next priority stations, have completed Kubuk 1, busy with Kubuk 2, and then embed the principles of operational excellence. Now, Chair, if I may just pause for a moment, this is extremely important as part of our cultural transformation. Walking our plants, it is apparent to me and also to members of my management team that basic disciplines such as housekeeping, standard operating procedures, adherence to good maintenance practices have been neglected. And restoring those principles through a structured program of operational excellence is a critical enabler to reinforce the practices that have sadly been neglected. And I may just mention that a tender has now been issued, and we invite all interested parties to respond and submit their bids for operational excellence. We believe that it is a really important lever in order to drive excellence. I may just also remind this committee that at my first appearance at this committee, I wanted to do exactly that, but it got mired in all sorts of accusations of irregularities, and 3 years got wasted as a result. So we need to continue to address the internal skills gap. Honourable Chair, we've set up a crowdsourcing platform where we invited South Africans of all races and all genders to submit their CVs. We received more than 1,000 responses. We were very gratified by these responses, and we are now going through all of those CVs to see where there's a match between what's on offer and the skills that we are required to plug. So this is very important. Kusile 5, where we suffered a fire in the gas air heater while the unit was in the hands of the contractor. So this is not an Eskom event, this was a contracting event. After extensive pressure brought to bear on the contractor by our Chief Operating Officer, they have pulled forward the synchronization date of this unit now to July of this year, and that will add a much needed 720 megawatts to the grid, bearing in mind that as the unit is rendered commercial, we will have to take it off from time to time as we do certain tests to confirm that we can accept the unit for commercial operation. But certainly very important unit to add to our capacity. By the following financial year 2025, we therefore intend to achieve 70% plus EAF. Kusile should by then be fully operational. Medupi 4 will return by September of next year, and that will add significant capacity. We will have to shut down some old stations as they approach their approved dead stop dates. Now this is a contentious issue, I understand, but we cannot continue to operate these units lawfully. Kusile unit, Komati unit 9, apologies, was shut down in October of last year, not because we wanted to, but because we were not able lawfully to continue to operate the unit. And due to the age of these stations, they are extremely expensive to operate. The cost per kilowatt hour at Komati, and it was a very well-run station, was sitting at about R2.71 per kilowatt hour, compared to an average for our coal fleet of about 68 cents. So R2 per kilowatt hour more expensive than the average for our coal fleet. And again, we need to ensure that we had sufficient capacity in time. I may also just add that the shutdown of the stations by Eskom is entirely in compliance with IRP 19. And in fact, we are lagging behind IRP 19. If we had implemented IRP 19 to the letter, we would have shut down these stations earlier than we actually are planning to do. So we are not at loggerheads with government policy. On the contrary, if there's any statement to be made, is that we are lagging behind what government policy says in the Integrated Resource Plan 2019. So, Chair, if we can then move on to the next slide. This is the recovery plan for generation. You can see the build-up from a number of units there. That builds up to the 6,000 megawatts. Our concern is, Chair, that this plan relies for a significant part of its recovery on Tutuka. And until we address the criminality that currently prevails in that power station and its environment, we will have a significant risk to cover when it comes to delivering these megawatts to the grid. Of course, we have to attend to a number of factors. Next slide, please, if we can move to the next one. This is not only one lever that we pull. We have to look at least 10 focus areas. We need to improve our plant condition by performing increased maintenance within limitations. These limitations include just the capacity to take units off. There's a balance between load shedding and taking units off for maintenance. We can't just take units off without considering the impact that it will have on our available capacity. Also, liquidity, money. We need money to do this maintenance, and we need skills. We have, based on a recommendation of the board, appointed an international project management company to assist us in ensuring that the actions that are necessary to execute on this plan, that they are closely monitored, and that there's an independent verification process in place to give assurance to the board that we are meeting our targets. I spoke to the need to address inadequate capacity, so I will not repeat that. Skills and experience. We do need to have stability in our generation leadership, and we need to make sure that the people that are appointed have the requisite skills. And we are ramping up our training and development. During the period of state capture, the Eskom Academy of Learning was sadly neglected, Chair. And we have now started the process of resurrecting that institution that at one stage was training people from the electricity industry, not only in South Africa, but across Africa itself. So we have had a setback there, which we are recovering from. Fraud and corruption. As I've said, we have increased our governance controls. We are implementing technology to measure coal quality even while the truck is in motion. We are installing sampling tools that will sample every truck that is delivering to Eskom by means of an auger on an instantaneous testing. So we can't test all the coal variables, all the coal qualities at the same time, but we can measure the key elements that will indicate if there has been tampering. And this, I think, will go a long way to eliminating the delivery of poor quality coal. But it's, again, not something that we can do on our own. We need the resources of the state to assist us in this regard, and therefore we are again pleased that the President has deployed the South African National Defence Force, and that we are seeing significantly greater action from law enforcement, and particularly from SAPS.
Just 1 second, so there's a phone that keeps ringing at the back, and like it's beeping. The next thing is going to ring. So like that precursor of the messages, and I've asked when you started, and there's just too much movement, there's too much distractions, and it's just, yeah. Can I just ask that we desist from this is PTP that is sort of running parallel the meeting? So we can continue.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Also on fraud and corruption, there is a criminal justice value chain, if that's the right word, and prosecutions are equally as important. I may just relate one anecdote here that I believe the committee should take note of. At Camden, Eskom security intercepted a coal truck that contained poor quality coal. It was very apparent that the coal had been replaced with poor quality. When confronted, the truck driver and his so-called manager first of all offered Eskom security a 50,000 Rand bribe, which was declined. Secondly, after approaching the South African police, the individual was arrested. He made a full confession. The matter was then brought to the attention of the Ermelo Magistrates Court, as is required. The prosecutor there declined to deal with the matter. It was then transferred to Belfast, where the prosecutor in question released the individual without any reference to either Eskom or the South African Police Services. I have brought this matter to the attention of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, and she has indeed acted on it, and we are now seeing significantly better attention being paid to completing the back end of these matters. But it just goes to show that Honourable Chair, really the issues are particularly challenging, and it's not something that Eskom itself can fix. We are on policies and procedures, receiving very good support from National Treasury. I think the relationship with National Treasury has improved very significantly. They still keep us honest. I can give the committee that assurance. They have by no means given us blanket exemptions or blank checks. They do maintain good governance, but there's a good degree of practicality and agility from our colleagues at National Treasury. So also my thanks to the team that have come to the table on that one. Funding, we continue to perform aggressive cost cutting, and we are also trying to recover all the monies due to us, but this is a challenge. I know that there is a session scheduled at some stage, Honourable Chair, to deal with a matter of municipal debt, but this is becoming existential for Eskom. We simply cannot have customers not paying to the tune where we are accumulating debt hand over fist. The money's got to come from somewhere, and it's got to come from the people who consume the electricity. That has to be the only solution. Environmental compliance, I made reference to our submission to DFFE. Coal quality, I spoke extensively on that. And then we're addressing the new build defects. We have rolled out the solutions to other units, and I believe if you look at the performance of the 5 operating units at Medupi, where we regularly exceed an EAF of 90%, I think we can say that the design defects are well understood and that they are being addressed in a comprehensive manner. But it did take us a long time, 2.5 years, and it cost us 165 million rand per unit. So these costs we are still seeking to recover from the contractor in question. That is a contractual process, but the work is continuing. Lastly, we have a subsidiary called Eskom Rotec Industries, and we've recently appointed a new chief executive to that company, Beki Nkumalo, who is an Eskom veteran. He understands the requirements of the job very well, and we are seeing an improvement in the performance of that very important business. Next slide, please. So if we look at load shedding and the outlook, Honourable Chair, as we look at it today, I will skip the first 2 bullets. It's well known that we have an unreliable and unpredictable plant. We also have Medupi 4, Kusile 1, 2, 3, and Kuba 1 and Kusile 5. And that, by and large, there is your explanation for load shedding, coupled with a lack of liquidity for the purchase of diesel. There lies the heart of the matter, in addition to the poor foundational performance of the balance of our coal fleet. Our unplanned capacity load factor, our load losses are sitting at 15,491 as at 8 o'clock this morning. We have a planning base of 13,000 megawatts, so we are much higher than that planning base. We have been carrying out substantial maintenance during the summer months. Now this is planned because we want to reduce our planned maintenance during the winter months when there is a higher demand, and we anticipate that this will drop to about 1,000 megawatts during winter. This is how it should work. But of course, as we take units off for planned maintenance, we increase the probability of load shedding. It would be quite easy for my management team and I to say, let's stop load shedding, let's just stop doing planned maintenance. But I think that that will help us for about 6 months, and then the solution will become far worse. So unfortunately, the planned maintenance that we have to do in order to catch up on deferred maintenance in the past contributes to the risk of load shedding. So we have indicated, and I'll give you an outlook on load shedding in a subsequent slide, that unfortunately load shedding stage 4 will be maintained until for evening peaks until Friday, because we need to conserve diesel as well as our open cycle gas turbines, and as well as preserving our pumped storage reserves. These reserves are very important, Honourable Chair, in order to cater for unforeseen trips. So we need to have, if I can use the analogy, some fuel in the tank to cater for any unplanned outages. And those unplanned outages could occur at any moment due to the lack of reliability of the fleet. And therefore, we have to have that buffer capacity that can be ramped up and deployed very quickly in order to prevent a total system blackout, which is of course what we want to avoid at all costs. So the reserves need to be protected and managed very carefully. Honourable Chair, if you'll indulge me, I just want to also give the committee the assurance that the team working at our national control, the system operated team, are a highly competent team of people. They are world renowned. People come to us to ask for advice on how to operate systems, particularly now that supply of electricity is also constrained in Europe. And they do a really fantastic job. So I can really commend the team and the work that they are doing. We do intend to reduce load shedding, but there will be a residual risk until additional capacity is added. There are also some vacuum load losses. The vacuum load losses are caused by historical design defects at the Matimba power station. The orientation of the power station relative to the prevailing wind direction, bearing in mind that this is a dry-cooled power station, does not allow for optimal cooling, and therefore when we have high ambient temperatures, now Lepalale, Honourable Chair, is a very hot place, and therefore during the summer months we suffer anything from 700 to 1,000 megawatts of vacuum load losses as the cooling system is inadequate to cope with those high ambient temperatures. And then we're also trying to beef up our capacity to conduct our outages better. If we can then look at the situation as it prevails today. Next slide, please, Natasha. The units at risk. The units on the screen, Honourable Chair, they appear in black, but actually it should be red.
Yeah. Colleagues, you've got the, you're seeing the colors. Okay.
Yes.
That's fine. For those that don't have, only 3 are blue and well, the rest are red.
Yeah, it's left half on us.
And,
Okay, continue.
No, I'm not making.
You walked right into that one.
I'm not making any allusion to color.
There's more red than blue. I like that.
All right. On that, okay, continue, Asio.
All right. So there are a number of units, Honourable Chair, where we operate with known risks. So let me use Grootfluit 2 as an example. It's a small unit, but we know that we have a boiler tube leak. So the boiler is venting steam as we speak. But we are keeping the unit on load in order to keep capacity on the grid. So this is an example of how we try and manage the system that we've got. In an ideal world, when there's a boiler tube leak, you take it off, you fix it, and you return the unit. But because of a lack of capacity, we have to keep on running with this with plant that is not performing optimally. And that gives you an indication that as we sit right here with those units in red, that means that they can trip at any time. And what it means is that we've got just under 5,000 megawatts that are at risk, which gives you an indication of the lack of predictability of the system. And this, of course, is a major concern, and again speaks to the need for us to maintain our reserves in order to protect the overall system. Next slide, please. So the outlook, Honourable Chair, for this morning, load shedding stage 3, and then, as I said, during the evening peaks, load shedding at stage 4, and that will continue. The fourth column from the left, where it says MPLS, that means morning peak load shedding. The column next to it says EPLS, and that means evening peak load shedding. During the evenings, the demand is significantly higher than in the mornings, and we therefore have to unfortunately limit the load more than during the evening peaks. Honourable Chair, it may just also be instructive here to digress for a minute and just talk about the nature of our electricity generation system. The electricity generation system in South Africa was conceived in the 1970s and 1980s. And it was conceived for a very large manufacturing and mining complex and a very small domestic sector. And this is where the concept of baseload originated. So the idea was that the large mines, the large factories, the large energy-intensive smelters would operate 24/7, and they would require a consistent supply of electricity. And there would be a small domestic sector that would contribute to modest peaks. Now, of course, what has happened over the past 30 years or so is that the makeup of the South African economy and the makeup of our electricity market has significantly changed. First of all, our mining sector as a proportion of GDP has contracted. Manufacturing was 27% of GDP in 1994. It is now less than 13%. We have also seen, and this is due to an appropriate, and I commend the decision because it was the right decision, to extend electrification in particular to historically disadvantaged South Africans who were not served by Eskom. But what that has meant is that demand has become far peakier during peak times. So instead of focusing on baseload, we should be focusing on managing our peaks. And this, Honourable Chair, is a change in our electricity market that I believe is not catered for in our current makeup of large, pretty much unresponsive coal-fired power stations. There have been incidents during load shedding where we have had to curtail wind production at night because our coal-fired fleet operated at so-called min-gen, so we can't turn them down any further without shutting them down completely. So our coal plant isn't flexible enough to cater for the demands of the market, and I think this is an important concept to bear in mind when we talk about the future of the electricity market. Honourable Chair, I'm almost done. I know I'm grinding my way through this very slowly, but thank you for indulging me. If we then look at the Kusile Unit 1, 2 and 3 flue duct failure, the flue duct failed on the 23rd of October. It collapsed due to excessive weight imposed on the common support platform. When you drive past the power station or when you visit a power station, you will see two concrete stacks. Now that concrete stack is essentially a windshield, and it contains 3 steel flues. And the flue carrying the emissions from the boiler of Unit 1 collapsed under the weight of slurry that was deposited on the interior of this pipe. Where did the slurry come from? the slurry came from excessively high exhaust gas temperatures, which then lead to higher exhaust gas velocities, and that velocity is increased by the need to add cool air. The technical term for it is attemperation, and the idea is to protect the downstream fabric filter plant, which remove particulate emissions. And what is happening is that as a result of this high velocity of the air, there's carryover from the flue gas desulfurization unit into the flue itself. So again, ultimately, root cause probably attributable to two factors. The one is the design defect, the high exhaust gas due to design errors, and then the second one is due to a failure really to control and monitor deposits inside the stack properly. Now, we are looking at a temporary fix for this because we can't simply remove these slurry deposits. What one would typically do is to lower people from the top of the stack, which is 220 meters above ground, into the flues, and then with compressed air lances they would remove the deposits. The concern, however, is that in doing so we could precipitate an avalanche of slurry that could compromise the overall structural integrity of the stack and lead to a catastrophic collapse, and that of course is what we need to avoid at all costs. The plan therefore is to build temporary flues bypassing the flue gas desulfurization unit. Now, for us to bypass the desulfurization unit, we need an exemption from the DFFE. We are already engaged with Minister Creasy's department, and our application is in the pipeline. It will still take time to build these temporary flues, and we estimate that it will be between 8 and 12 months. So this is again an example of, I think, two issues. Ultimately, the consequences of corruption, but also skills that were not what they should have been. So if we can then quickly look at some of the pictures. There you can see what happened. On the left-hand side, you can see how the flue separated from the windshield. You can see in the middle picture the deposits that built up. Now bear in mind that this flue has a diameter of 8.9 meters, so this is a big pipe. It is not insignificant. And if you look at the top, the right-hand picture, that is a view looking up inside the stack, and you can see how the flue that collapsed has impinged on the flue for Unit 2 and Unit 3, rendering those two units inoperable. Next slide. There you can see the complete separation, so the unit cannot be operated, we cannot continue to run it. Next slide. This is what it looked like. Now you can imagine to collapse a flue like that, the forces that must be involved, it's very, very considerable. Next slide. And there you can see why when it fell, when it collapsed, it damaged Units 2 and 3 as well, and that caused us to have to shut down all those units. So, Chair, I hope I've given sufficient colour. My team and I are at the disposal of the committee to answer any questions that the members might have, and we thank you for this opportunity.
All right, and thank you very much, CEO, for what has been a very comprehensive brief. I think ultimately the one question that has to be answered after all is said and done, insofar as load shedding is concerned, and noting some of the timelines that have been given, is probably, to use a very common phrase, the question of policy certainty, and then of course I say energy certainty for the economy, for the people, for livelihoods. Is for Eskom to tell us, sharp like a bullet, when, in your estimation, all factors combined of your planning, some of which you've mentioned here, when will load shedding end? That's the certainty. As cruel as it might be, that is required. Because if we do not have a timeline, it makes holding you accountable very difficult. We have to hold you committed to your own commitments, because this thing can't be open-ended. Because what happens is that somehow people pull out estimates from the sky out of their pockets, depending on which platform they are addressing. No, load shedding will be a thing of the past in 16, 18 months, without giving us substantively what informs that 18 months. So as I was listening, I was hoping that the logical conclusion of everything you will say is to say, all these problems, some of which we have seen when we visited some of your power stations, some of the discussions we've had, some of which we're quite au fait with. Some of it is new today. The critical question that an SMME needs to have somewhere in the country for jobs, for planning, everyone, is to say, this national crisis, national disaster, this calamity that is load shedding, by our own estimation on the basis of the plans we have, will end when? So I want to put that squarely at the center of this discussion, because it helps us for planning, milestones, targets, the whole 9 yards. Because I think the time of speaking in vague terms is a thing of the past. I think that's the clarity we need. We need a critical, fundamental response to that key question. When? Don't kill us slowly. You know. Don't string us along. That's the certainty. And there are other issues that I will raise at the end, colleagues, which I just think need clarity. I'm going to come to you now. I think let's dispense with this load shedding presentation, and then we'll go to the other issues. The head of unit, stand by. We'll come to you. Let's just wrap up on this issue. I know some of the issues here will probably be issues because, you know, in the presentations, they'll overlap. The whole issue of design flows and so on is covered in the other presentation. So some of it will be dealt with now. But I think let's dispense with the load shedding one, and then we will move on. Right, colleagues, over to you. Honorable Van Minen, Honorable Hadebe, Honorable Somyo, Honorable Bucas. All right. You want to, okay, field your full set of questions, and then they respond, and you come for follow-ups and wrap it up, and then we move on, so that we can then receive other presentations.
Chair, note me, I'll go last.
Well, you will go at my discretion. Right, Honorable Van Minen, over to you. Don't try and co-chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for that very interesting and technical presentation. I've got a number of questions. I'm probably going to combine a number of them together. So essentially, if I can start, I mean, you know, we've heard now in several meetings how, really going back to 1998, there have been issues with policy, issues with maintenance, that we're really looking at a political problem that is really now manifesting itself in what's happening with the plants, with the lack of maintenance and everything that's gone before it. But the first thing I'd like to ask is, you know, 15 years of load shedding, 25 years of essentially lack of maintenance and all kinds of problems that have happened, design faults, corruption. this turnaround plan. What is different about this turnaround plan? I mean, I think in SCOPA we hear a number of turnaround plans in every single meeting with an enormous amount of departments. And why is this one apparently going to be successful? Also, we've had a number of sort of wild cards thrown in there as to things that could disrail it. So I think let's unpack that. Then going back to the issue of the aging fleet, and I mean we've dealt extensively in the last 4 years with Medupi and Kusile. We're now hearing about a number of really problematic older power stations, Tutuka, Kendal. You were talking about the criminality at Tutuka. What kind of issues are that? You know, I mean, obviously it's a much bigger issue and you can just put into a simple presentation, but if you can highlight some of that. And in terms of reconditioning the older plants, and I mean this does to a certain extent also touch on Coburg, which would extend its life by 20 years. We've seen how quickly 25 years goes past when things aren't done properly. So 20 years is actually a very short time period. So what is worth reconditioning? How long will it take to do that reconditioning? And essentially what's the payoff? I mean, you can recondition an old plant, but if you're going to have to turn it off anyway in 2 years' time, is that actually a viable spend? Is it something that should be done? Then going to the issue of the diesel and the need to procure more diesel, which obviously means that there needs to be a lot more money thrown into that particular issue. What initiatives are currently happening, particularly with regards to the relevant ministries? Is work being done to move money in that regard? Also, we're hearing a lot of different stories across the country and across society about the reasons for a lot of the outages and the sabotage and the breakages and everything. I mean, literally from, on the one hand, it's a conspiracy so that it's to essentially allow political party maneuvering to do with power ships. On the other hand, it is sabotage to push for privatization. I mean, it's a whole conglomeration of things. In real terms, what is really going on with the sabotage? Is it criminality? Is it aging fleet? Is it deliberate? Is it a combination of all those factors? That also ties in with what was being said about assistance from law enforcement. And to touch on the coal issue, I mean, obviously one can't put anything out there that one doesn't want in the public, but talking about intelligence operations, is progress being made with determining what is happening with the coal issues and the sabotage? Because I assume it's not just individual drivers. I assume it's a much, much bigger network connected to all kinds of things. I think we also touched on that in the last meeting. The municipal debt issue. This is also something that has been extensively discussed when we have these meetings with SCOPA. Does the Eskom board have a particular opinion on the talks about large write-offs for certain areas? Is that something that has been discussed? And if there were to be large write-offs for certain areas vis-a-vis other areas, what would the way forward be then? Would that be a line in the sand to say, yes, there is a certain amount of debt from area X? If it was written off by government, what would the way forward be so that that doesn't then happen again? The FDG plant at Kusile is obviously a roadblock in capacity generation. What's going to happen when these plants are installed in other power stations? I know that they are supposed to be coming into Medupi as well. The legal separation, how far is legal separation of Eskom at this point? And what is going to be happening next in this process? We'll also just look at that. I think that's all of it for now, except as a point of interest, looking at the issue of peaks. It seems to be a bigger peak over weekends. Now, maybe I'm just not seeing the whole picture, but why are we seeing larger peaks during weekend periods than we are during the week? I mean, I understand what's being said about manufacturing and mining no longer being as large as they previously were, but it suddenly seems on Saturday mornings and Sundays there's a much bigger peak there. And then how does that pattern also change in winter? I think that's all for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's get responses to that, and then we'll move on to Honourable Samuel. Yeah, Chair, proceed. We'll take a member's full set of questions, and also nothing gets lost.
Thank you, Chair. I will respond high level, but I think most of the questions are largely operational, so my colleagues from the executive team will respond. I think from a board perspective, if I were to deal with this question of what do we see as going to happen differently. Firstly, I think we sought to create checks and balances, as the Group Chief Executive has indicated. We're going to be finalizing pretty soon a contract with an independent service provider that is going to almost create a check and balance system that as and when we do a systems update or receive a systems update from our executive colleagues, firstly, the board committee responsible is able to leverage that independent technical, perhaps second opinion, if you like, to corroborate that what we are communicating would actually be what is the reality. So I think that's firstly different. So you'll not just be hearing internal messaging from Eskom, there will be an independent validator that will be able to say, actually, we agree, concur, disagree. The key needle shifter is the almost value chain alignment that we've now accomplished through our participation in the NECOM. As early as last night, there was this idea that was shared in NECOM of driving these processes through what is being referred to as an action lab. So you now have a situation where, as and when there's a major interconnected decision that has to be made, all those decision makers are placed in one room, ranging from whoever that has to decide on an exemption, where an exemption is needed, right across to whoever that must respond on whether there's going to be funding for this or the other. So for instance, last night we are now clearer in terms of the funding model for diesel, so there's certainty there. We are clearer on a whole host of issues that we didn't have certainty, because the nature of government is public service anywhere in the world is bureaucratic, so the bureaucracy has been minimized quite significantly, so that there's a sense of seamlessness as and when a particular variable of our turnaround plan has to be decided upon for execution. So I think those are some of the differentiating factors. There's greater agency on both sides, on government side, on Eskom side, and there's greater alignment and collaboration across the value chain. And internally, from a board point of view, we then have these checks and balances that we've put in place. But I think looking at the rest of the questions, really, they are largely operational. On legal separation, the board governance and strategy committee that I chair is already on that matter. We actually, last week, 17, 18, 19 January, had a comprehensive board offsite at the Academy, where we looked beyond just the turnaround plan in generations, but looked at the broader Eskom 2035 strategy. And within that, we had quite a comprehensive conversation on the legal separation. And so it is prioritized and will be driven quite vigorously as well from the board program point of view. So I'll leave to GCE and maybe with your discretion, GCE, our CFO can speak to some of the municipal debt matters as well, but all these matters are on our executive execution program, so to speak. I'll let you know.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, through you, if I can continue. Honourable Vermeulen, I think what's different, it's not so much the content of the plan as the way in which we intend to execute it. So I think it's become a truism to say that South Africa is great at planning but very poor at execution. So we hope to break that pattern. Criminality at Tutuka. A fish struggles to swim in a toxic stream, and unfortunately there's a broader societal issue surrounding Standerton, and that I think gives rise to these cartels that operate. If I can give you some details, for example, we know that if someone has a maintenance contract for mills, then there will be rocks or metal added to the coal to destroy the mills, so that there's a maintenance call out. We've stopped the theft of 100 million rand a month of fuel oil at Tutuka. We were able to effect 2 arrests. The 2 suspects were released on derisory bail of 500 rand each the following day. And that case has not yet been finalized. We had to write off inventory somewhere along the lines of 1.3 billion rand. When we tried to impose control by implementing barcoding, those efforts were significantly resisted internally. I can regale you with all of the ins and outs. So the criminality is quite well organized and it's very deeply embedded. So just fixing it is not an easy task, and the resistance to implementing, for example, pretty basic control measures sometimes goes to extraordinary lengths. Fuel oil, for example, at one stage a submission was made by certain procurement officials to the Generation Board proposing the award of a 432 million rand contract to an individual who, after due diligence performed at my request, turned out to be operating from a suburban home in Germiston. He had his car repossessed, and he had a judgment against him for falling behind on payments for his house. And he was submitted as a bona fide supplier of fuel oil. All 3 of the procurement officials were suspended, 1 left on 24 hours notice. So, but the attempts are ongoing, and it's not only external, it's also regrettably internal. And here I don't want to cast any aspersions on the bulk of Eskom employees who are hardworking, honest and diligent. Honourable Chair, should we be looking at extending the life of old plants versus replacing it with new capacity? We have looked at this very extensively. First of all, we need to make the plant, as Honourable Vermeulen indicated, compliant with environmental legislation. This requires us to spend more than 300 billion rand on plant that, according to the IRP, should be decommissioned imminently. So you end up in a strange situation, and that's why I urge alignment between environmental policy and energy policy. That as you start up your FGD plant, you shut down the coal plant that you are intending to improve the emissions of. So it really doesn't make economic sense. And hence our submission to DFFE is rather that we divert the funds to creating new capacity. We believe that that's a far more sustainable way of, and a far more prudent allocation of funds, rather than to try and address in a compliant way, which we have to do, emission restrictions on plant that are at end of life. The cost of extending a plant's life, economic life, are very high because the spares are hard to obtain. In many instances where we have already retired certain units at our older plants, and here I'm specifically referring to Indrina and Grootvlei, those units that have been standing have been cannibalized for spares. When you go into those units, there's not a lot left. So it's not as though we can that they are standing idle and that there's capacity that we can start at a moment's notice. If that had been the case, obviously we would have done it, but it's not feasible. So we've done technical work on extending the life of plant. It would cost us to get 550 megawatts at Indrina about 16 billion rand to get 5 years of plant. And again, the question is, do you then reallocate that to capacity that will last for 20 years rather than only 5 years? What is the economically prudent decision? Similarly, at Grootvlei, 22 billion rand for 720 megawatts for 5 years. And that excludes the cost of coal, it excludes the cost of compliance. So we have done the work, and we've come to the conclusion that extending the life of these old units really does not make sense. In addition to the fact, as I've indicated with my reference to the cost of electricity generated at Komati, it is not competitive. When you compare it to other technologies that are a fraction of the price and are environmentally compliant. The root cause for sabotage, Honourable Chair, I'm not trying to duck the question, but I don't believe it's our space as Eskom to speculate on the motives of those who indulge in these things. I would prefer not to go there, with your permission. I think that's a question for the intelligence agencies, if I may. The municipal debt remains a perennial problem. We have gone to all the measures that we can. We are strictly enforcing nominated maximum demand. We understand that this causes significant hardship in those municipalities where some people do pay their accounts diligently to the municipality. The municipality, for whatever reason, doesn't pay the money over to Eskom. Now, with respect, Honourable Chair, I believe the responsibility for this should not lie with Eskom. The responsibility should lie with the councils and the municipalities who do not pay Eskom. Surely those are the people to hold accountable and not Eskom. We have a business to operate, we have revenue to collect, and we can't go into municipalities and collect on their behalf. We have suggested active partnering approaches where we go in and we assist municipalities to carry out maintenance, to improve their billing, to install smart meters, to avoid electricity theft and meter tampering. The stumbling block, Honourable Chair, where essentially all of these negotiations, with the exception of 3 municipalities, fail, is that we insist that the revenue thus collected be paid over into an Eskom bank account rather than a municipal bank account. And then the discussions come to an end for reasons that we can all speculate about. So the municipal debt remains a structural problem. We are attaching movable assets, we're attaching bank accounts, and again we understand that this impacts service delivery. But when we are not able to, as we do with our major industrial customers, if they don't pay us, we cut them off. And then miraculously the money is found and they pay us and electricity supply resumes. If you cannot enforce payment by cutting off electricity, then you have to do other things. And those other things are what we are having to do. The FGD plant at Medupi, yes, we are proceeding with that project. So there's a firm intent to comply with our obligations in that regard. But we do believe that we need to take very clear lessons from our experience at Kusile make sure that we operate the plant with skilled operators, that we understand the technology, bearing in mind that FGD was a first for Eskom at Kusile, and I think we probably underestimated the complexity of operating that plant and hence our difficulties. On legal separation, from an Eskom perspective, we have put everything in place to enable the legal separation of transmission, that being the key enabler of additional investment in electricity generation capacity. We have signed with the entity that we've established, the National Transmission Company South Africa Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Eskom Holdings. We have signed an asset transfer agreement. We are engaging with lenders to obtain their consent. Understandably, lenders to Eskom are concerned that we could possibly be alienating the jewel in the crown. The transmission business is a good business, and it earns very predictable revenues. So those discussions are progressing well, but there are a number of regulatory consents and transfers of licenses that we are dependent on. We also need to appoint a full-time board, which ultimately is a shareholder decision, and we are engaging with our shareholder to try and resolve those matters as soon as we can. From the market, Honourable Van Minen's observation that the market dynamics are changing is very true. Some of it is due to the fact that more and more people are installing inverters and batteries. And therefore, when load shedding is over, there's an additional spike as those batteries get recharged. So the effectiveness of load shedding is diminishing. There are estimates by the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association that there's as much as 1 gigawatt a year of rooftop solar that is being added by private households. And we certainly see that when it's overcast in Gauteng, that there's a significant increase in demand on the system. So the market is dynamic, it's changing all the time. And therefore, when we think about the electricity market, I think it's very important that we have an agile view of the market. To view it through a 1980s lens, I think is just not appropriate. We need to think about current technologies, current environmental trends, current consumption patterns, and current cost structures, and then we can make informed decisions. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
I thought my initial question would have received a response. I'm not going to let up on that. And then on the issue of municipal debt, that meeting is scheduled for the 21st of Feb. So I think that's important to note in light of the issues that have been raised. And to say, whilst we encourage municipalities to pay Eskom, Eskom itself must service its own municipal bills in its offices throughout the country. I was just reading over the weekend how Umhlatuze has had to cut off some Eskom offices because Eskom is owing the municipality to pay. So the 21st will be very interesting, because you recall Minister Delil appeared here. And there's quite a number of queries about and discrepancies about the bills that Eskom has, and vice versa, and so far as municipalities. You'll remember that meeting we had in 2020, just about to start. So let's flag those issues, colleagues, around Eskom debt for the 21st of Feb. We will have a full discussion on that. But my original question, over to you.
Honourable Chair, I make any forecasts about load shedding with great trepidation, because it's to a very large extent out of Eskom's hands. I think it should be recognized that since the responsibility for the procurement of additional generation capacity was placed in the hands of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy and the Independent Power Producer Office, Eskom can no longer be regarded as the supplier of last resort. So we are going through a stage in our electricity industry where additional capacity is required now that the cap on embedded generation has been lifted. Of course, anyone can add new capacity, but before the cap was lifted from 1 megawatt, which it had been historically, all new capacity had to obtain Section 34 approval in terms of the Electricity Regulation Act from the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. Those decisions lie in the hands of the department as well as of NERSA, who have to provide concurrence to requests to build. And you may have seen that a request by Eskom to build a 3,000 megawatt gas-fired power station was turned down by NERSA because they said that we should have applied for a Section 10.2 instead of a Section 34. But we'll resolve that through our engagements. So when will load shedding end? I will try and answer your question, Honourable Chair, by referring to the risk of load shedding. The 9,200 megawatts coming online, and we anticipate that that trend will continue and will continue to grow. There's huge activity going on in terms of investing in new generation capacity that will be brought online in relatively short order. So the risk of load shedding will substantially diminish in the next 18 months. Will it be eliminated? I think that will be a brave person to make that categorical statement. But having regard to our own turnaround plans and the fact that we are seeing substantial new capacity being added, we should see the risk diminish. Having said that, I think it's extremely important that we do not lose momentum, that we carry on adding new capacity, and that we continue to invest in the electricity industry, and in particular to invest in our transmission grid, which is the enabler of adding new generation capacity. It's not only about building new power plants, it's also about connecting the power plants to the consumers. And this is what we need to keep on doing. It's an integrated system. It's not limited to only building plants. So that would be my forecast with the health warning. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
I don't want to eat into members' time. I'm going to come back to that. Obsom, over to you. We'll take Obsom's questions and then we'll take a question, and then I think when we're done we'll take a 5-minute comfort break and then we'll come back.
Was that me, Jim Ndubani? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good morning to the Eskom team led by the Chair of the Board, and the AG and colleagues, SIU as well. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. I think the presentation comes forward as looking into a thread of performance related matters, both in terms of the actual presented instances and what is planned going forward. When I looked, Chair, when I looked into exactly on the area that relates to performance, Eskom performance, mainly on the planned improvement in as far as electricity availability, one becomes to a bit be so worried, in a sense, looking into the actual presented instance. If you look into the assessment by the auditors through their report outcomes, the key performance area there relates to improve plant operations. On the improvement of the plant operations, Eskom's plan has been, just on that as per their own target, has been 74% for the year 2021-2022. Actual performance is reported as being 62.02%. But the CEO is telling us that there is a planned movement by 2024 to 65%. And one would want to be assured in as far as what is it that is going to bring that amount of improvement when there is a downscaling of such performance, as it is actuated by the actual outcome of the audit as we see it now. And in such instances, one would want to make some reference on the losses that have been, as well, somewhat extensively seen, the actuals, the actual loss, not in the predictable instance. In your plan, you have planned 10.5%, and you have realized the actual 10.3%, which is lower than the actual mark in terms of what you would have foreseen. In the same equation, you would find that the unplanned partial load losses would have been at the range of 3,969 megawatts, and the actual realized is more than that, which goes to 4,851 megawatts. So all these variables are amounting to climb to realize what you're putting forth as your achievement to reach the foreseeable 65% in terms of the electricity availability factor, and that in itself goes against what you would have planned, foreseen, prepared, and account for in terms of your actual realizable performance, and you fail to realize that level of performance. And what is it, therefore, that is going to bring that a kind of change if you are going to be dealing with that in terms of dealing with the areas of load shedding? There are a number of those variables. I can count a number of those as per the outcome of the audit, which are creating as somewhat a big picture in as far as the realization of the target as you would want to get into it, in as far as your actual philosophy, which itself presents some form of a worrisome factor if you look into the outage loss, which has been in your own philosophy 15% realized, which goes to 29.74% in terms of the audit outcome. So the realization of those instances to count for effective fight in as far as load shedding is concerned. If you look into these kinds of figures, they account for somewhat a mountain in as far as your own performance is concerned. This is what the board should look into your performance, should look into the institution's performance, and be assured that some positive results are going to be what you are talking about in as far as your achievements in 2024 is concerned. And then I look into, put that aside, look into your statement is saying that if there was money for diesel, I'm paraphrasing it, you put it somewhat different, but you're saying if there is money for diesel, enough money for diesel, you would have reduced the current flow as far as load shedding is concerned. And I look into one presentation, I'm sure the SRU is going to come into that in terms of their own presentation on the proclamation R18. I think it's proclamation R18, which refers to diesel. That proclamation, they are doing investigations which amount to about 2.435 and some odd billion rands of diesel which has been procured by Eskom during a particular period, which itself has been an ad hoc exercise in terms of procurement. So don't you think that is wise to balance that, because you know then that you are operating in an environment where you would need diesel. So there is absolutely no need to venture into ad hoc exercise in terms of your procurement of such an amount which is going to be queried in terms of its own regularity. And you chose to get into such procurement and risking the fact which is going to fly towards a high price because the call at the time is of an emergency and depends on the pool of those who exist as service providers in as far as your published availability of such service providers, rather than making a defined call for procuring a service which is going to continue to be what you need. So look into that against what you say. The statement is saying if we had money for diesel, would reduce this effect. But I'm just posing this question to yourself, that in Eskom's choosing a model of procurement of emergency on a service that they know would need it, and therefore if we need it, we might get it cheaper than it has been. We chose an emergency form of procuring that service, and therefore reduces and exposes the risk of higher prices than what we would want to benefit from. The third point, Chairperson, is on the note 3 by National Treasury, which has assisted some of the procurement of services. Though I would delve on it sometime later on that, looking into the amounts and the confirmation of perpetual corruption exercises, which are continuously eating into what the board chair referred to, amounting to financial sustainability of Eskom, and therefore you'd want to look into the practical instances which would have somewhat been averted, looking to other things, in as far as that exercise is somewhat concerned. The last area which I would wanted to deal with, I've only heard there was a point which the CEO referred to, that in his past 3 years he wanted to procure a service. It's only now that he has succeeded to do so. Earlier on, that was queried as amounting to administrative maladministration in a way, and it's only now that he is delving into that, and therefore the tender has been somewhat published in that regard, and I wanted to check as to what are the elements of such perceived maladministration in as far as the item he made a reference to. Other matters are more linked to the areas which I would want to speak on, Chair, when we receive the benefit of other presentations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we will not have a standby. Let's get responses to those questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps before the CEO responds, we might want to check whether the Chair of ARC wants to have any comments on some of these comments, because they relate to also some of the work that the committee is involved with. But I suspect on the diesel question that Honourable Somyo asked, maybe the CEO should have said, had there been, because it's a matter of statement of a past set of conditions compared to where we are now. Because as early as last week, when we ourselves were in a board offsite, we also spoke at length to the members of the IFC in board's Investment and Finance Committee for a little bit more robust planning of our diesel funding model looking forward. And as I said earlier in my opening remarks last night, we also came to a conclusion that the diesel funding model moving forward is now sorted out. But the CEO will comment specifically, but I don't know if the Chair of ARC wants to have any voiceover perspectives.
Good morning, everybody. Just to give some feedback, you know, the new formed ARC since October has met 7 times. Our 8th meeting is this Friday. And primarily our concern was getting the audit across the line, while at the same time looking at internal controls and the assurance and forensics function. Many of you may have read the audit report in the annual financial statements, but just to give you a summary in terms of our conclusions and the work that needs to be done going forward, is we did find that there was a need, particularly in the finance organization, for technical financial skills, which became quite evident in the restatement of numbers from the previous years. And what we found was that there was a very strong need for, as well as for finance business partnering. So really, finance as a trusted advisor to the business in terms of decisions going forward. Whilst we found that the systems and the processes for risk management was adequate, there was definitely a need for improvement in terms of the effectiveness thereof. And we also found that while there's very well documented policies and procedures, the application of it, the execution of it was lacking in the business. And that's where the strong business partnering from finance into the organization would assist. You know, internal controls, wherever there was internal controls and there was a breakdown, we found that there's a need for compensating measures. So you need to either put more people into it, more review measures in place, And that's just something that just you need to move away from having compensating measures and rely on a sound control environment so that you can place reliability on the numbers. And overall, consequence management just needs to be improved. You know, there's just not enough accountability being driven in the business, and that just needs to be improved. While there was an investment in the assurance and forensics function that works very closely with the various bodies, there's still a need in terms of more investment of skills, resources, and really defining their mandate and their independence in the organization to execute on their functions. And really that combined assurance model that has been adopted by Eskom, we found at the level of the external auditors, especially with the change over to the new auditors, was effective. But as you go deeper into the organization, you know, it needs to be more robust. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen, and the assurance and the audit committee remains very vested and quite high touch with the business. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Can I then hand over to the CEO?
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, Honourable Sonia. Yes, indeed, we had targets for our energy availability factor, and consistent with those targets, also the unplanned load losses. Regrettably, due to the performance of our generation fleet, we did not achieve those targets, and that's the difference between the actual and the target numbers that you alluded to in your comments. And you are absolutely right that we do have a mountain to climb to improve the performance of our generation fleet. Having regard to all of the factors that I mentioned, the age of the fleet, the poor condition of the fleet, lack of skills, corruption, changes to important variables, including coal, policy matters, and so forth, you are spot on. We do have a mountain to climb. It is going to be a challenge. But I do think that, as I mentioned when I responded to the Honourable van Minnen, that we are focusing very strongly on execution and capacitating ourselves to execute, also by bringing in support from a project management and execution perspective. So I trust that we will be able to deliver better results. When it comes to diesel, and again, as a consequence of the poor performance from our generation fleet, due to the fact that we, when we had our budget discussions, we set ourselves a target for the performance of our coal fleet in particular, and that then leads you to setting a budget for your diesel that you will consume during the financial year. Now, of course, if your coal fleet then doesn't perform, then you have to buy more diesel, and that's exactly what has happened. The diesel that we did purchase, we maintained all appropriate controls on expansions and deviations, so good governance was maintained. I may just add that we buy the majority of our diesel from a fellow state-owned enterprise, Petro SA, and we think that the expansions of our contracts, therefore, were in keeping with good contract management, and we tried to, and we in fact did, maintain appropriate contractual controls to ensure that we did not fall foul of any irregularity. I think the one element to also mention is that, of course, the price of diesel itself, due to the crisis resulting from the invasion of Ukraine, as well as weakening in the rand, contributed significantly to an increase in the oil price, and that then led to also a change in assumption. So there were two variables. It was volume and price. The biggest variable by far was volume, but price also really played a role. we, I think the chair of the Eskom board is 100% correct. If we had more money available for diesel, we could have avoided some stages of load shedding. That I think is a statement of fact. And then, as I mentioned, we do have very good support from National Treasury. I think the asset and liability team are playing a constructive role, and they are also working with us on addressing balance sheet issues. And I'm quite comfortable with how we are collaborating to ensure that procurement is done in a compliant way, but also that we are not strangled in red tape, and that the business comes to a standstill. So I think we found quite a reasonable balance between us in order to achieve that. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, this diesel thing, we'll have to come back to it when we deal with the expansions and deviations reports, which we have consistent with the note 3 issues that you've raised, Babuson. We'll come back to it. If they don't have it now, maybe in the next session now, just look at it. But I think there's merit in looking at it. Because the phrase, if we had more money, it leads us to the other things like there could be more money at Eskom if the other things are done right. So it becomes first and foremost an internal arrangement of prudent financial management. But what we load here is bailouts, and this NESA thing is just not sitting well. Yeah. All right.
I think you're putting it correctly. That the catch is not on more money, or not on more money at all. If you have it, manage it appropriately. A maximal proper usage of such amount, because there are, I think the chair of the board made reference to their discussions yesterday. That is, I've phrased it, diesel funding model. You see, which is very critical. If you run your plants, and diesel now has become one of major choices. We've seen this thing in Kusile, the pile of coal. Medupi, the pile of coal, 80 million tons of coal. Because your major source is coal. And if then you're changing to diesel in terms of other things there, it tells you that you must have readily available some amount of diesel. If you do so, your model should change. You should not have an abrupt procuring of such, you see, service in terms of provision. So maybe if you could avail to us, maybe Chair through you, their approach around diesel funding. What is it that they have in terms of their own change? Because as the CEO has referred to it, reduction of load shedding would have benefited from such. You see, if that is the case, then what is it that they're bringing into the equation in terms of fighting this kind of sporadic shedding of load as far as electricity is concerned? So I think that's where we would want to fall. Thank you very much, Chair.
I think there's one issue that Honourable Sono raised was around the 3-year delay in the procurement that the CEO referred to earlier on. I would suspect it's the issue that arose out of our 2019-2020 meeting, and I flagged it when the board was here in October around the PFMA. I think that's the issue I was referring to. So, yes.
It's resolved now.
Yeah, so in 2020, when Eskom appeared, CEO raised a matter around companies which were to be identified to provide a service. But then the issue was then raised, and National Treasury wrote to the CEO to advise him that there were PFMA processes to be followed. I think that's the delay is referring to, but I can clarify. But I just thought, because when they said it, I remembered, because National Treasury then inquired with me, and I said they can proceed to write to the CEO around those PFMA matters. Hence, in the last meeting, I was saying to the board, as they come into this space, an assessment, a fresh set of eyes on the limitations of the PFMA on agility and so on. So let's get a response from it, but I'm putting it in context with that 3 years. I remember quite vividly. It's around those areas, and then Honorable Hatabi will come in. Let's just get a response to that question Honorable Sonia raised. CEO?
Chair, your recollection is absolutely correct, and I've got nothing further to add. Chair, if I may just remind you with respect of the body break that you promised.
Oh yes, then there's that. All right.
After.
Let's push just a little bit more. Just a teeny bit. I know coffee can cause problems, but let's let's get Honorable Hadebe. When he's done and we get responses, we'll take a comfort break, and then Honorable Paulson, you will come in, and then Honorable Bucas. Right, Honorable Hadebe?
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. I can just ask a few because I've got a lot of questions. I can ask about 1 or 2, and then we take the break. My interest, Chair, it's ending load shedding or reducing the levels of load shedding. Nothing else. And the question will follow from what Honorable Somo has raised. If you had enough money to buy diesel for open cycle gas turbine to be used during the peak period. Now, that's an option available at our disposal to reduce load shedding, and you are giving that option to us. The question is, how much will it cost for you to get what you want, and what have you done about it? Is that cost less than the current burden imposed on South Africans economically, in terms of their livelihood, the rate of crime that is escalating during the load shedding? And if that option is viable, why haven't we implemented it? Or which relevant ministry have you approached? Clearly, this situation cannot go on unattended. Don't you think that warrants us declaring the current situation as a national disaster in order for us to reprioritize and direct funding for you to be able to have sufficient diesel to reduce the amount of load shedding? Personally, from where I am and the inconveniences that I've experienced, both personally and to the livelihood of ordinary South Africans, companies closing down, chickens dying, and all that, I think this warrant a declaration of the national disaster for you to have the reasonable amount of funding for you to reduce load shedding. That's the first question that I would like to get clarity on. The second question, Chair, I'm concerned. You talk about independent international company with international experience in engineering to play monitoring and management of the implementation of your plan. That's more like outsourcing your roles and responsibilities. You have the board, you have engineers, you have technicians, and general staff within Eskom saying all that human resource and capabilities, none of you are capable of managing, monitoring the implementation of your plan. You need an international company to do what Eskom ought to be doing. Is that in line with the provisions of the PFMA in terms of outsourcing your services? What will happen to those charged with the responsibility of playing the role that will be played by this international company? Are we not paying double for one service? Surely there are staff, engineers and management within Eskom who ought to play that role of monitoring. You are saying let's go outside and get an international company. Those that are currently there, what will happen to them? Have you compiled or conducted a skills audit that will tell you exactly what is it that you don't have vis-a-vis what you have? Can you tell us right now that the reason why we're opting to outsource our services, we don't have so many engineers, we don't have so many technicians, we'll need so much until this period of time? Do you have that plan? The next question, Chair, the 2-year turnaround plan, where is it? I often say you cannot manage that which you cannot measure. Do you have the milestone projections within your 2-year turnaround plan? Does that plan include ending load shedding? Within your plan, what is the projected time frame to end load shedding? Or your 2-year turnaround plan only speaks about reducing load shedding? I would be comfortable sitting where I am if within your 2-year plan there is a milestone projection that will say on this date we are going to end load shedding, or on this date we would have reduced load shedding by so much. The energy availability factor would have been increased by so much. You've just touched on the plan. I understand because we called you on the 11th hour, you could not have all the documents readily available at our disposal. But it always assists when you refer to a document, that document is before us for our perusal, so that whatever question you pose are informed by us thoroughly accessing the plan. Now we're assuming what is entailed and contained within that plan. But my discomfort, again, Chairperson, the only structure that is new currently, it's the board. You've been in office for more than 100 years. 100 days, sorry. You've been in office for more than 100 days. All the other established management has been there. The group chief executive, you've been there for 3 years now. It can't therefore be that the board is giving us a plan as if it's a new entity that had not been there in the past. What happened to the other plans? How many times are we going to sit here and be given new plans every time a new structure comes into office? You're operating as if there was nothing. The group CEO has been there. He could have easily unpacked what were the plans in place, not unless what the services that has rendered by him for the past 3 years, it's not yielding the desired outcome in terms of fixing the mess at Eskom. Hence you spend your 100 days starting from the scratch. Because that's what it means, Chair. Having a new plan is that after having assessed the situation, we felt we need to do our own thing and start from the scratch. And that speaks volume about the 3 years that you have spent in office, group chief executive. Why do you act as if there was nothing there before? Or what was there, it's not good enough to fix the current challenges at Eskom, Chair? I want to continue with other questions, but for the sake of giving the board and the group CEO a comfort break, Chair, I will end there with those questions, with an understanding that after break I will continue, so that I don't bombard them with a lot of questions at the time.
Right, let's get responses to those 3 areas, and then just on the issue of the international project management that Honorable Hateb has raised, the issue of the private intelligence and/or investigators that were roped in. If we can also get details there about that as well, in terms of the material facts which led to that particular action step that the CEO actually raised. In as much as there was a qualification to say the situation has improved, but I think that it links to what he's saying. The constant need for Eskom to outsource certain functions and responsibilities is in itself raising questions, because what it leads to, Chair, is the ongoing, observation and criticism that Eskom is overstaffed. So we've got a bloated establishment, and yet you are continuously outsourcing, unless that's not the case. So I think let's go through the 3 issues, and then when we're done, we'll take a comfort break.
Just take a look. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Khader. I think there's perhaps areas when we spoke where we may not have been as clear as we had hoped we were. But on this matter of national disaster, I think it is painfully clear it should be painfully clear to all of us in the House that that's outside the purview of Eskom to pronounce or not pronounce on how progress can go in that direction. However, the relevant departments that participate in NECOM have constantly been reviewing this, including legal opinions on when and how does our country statutory frameworks allow for a declaration of a national disaster. But I would be loath, Chair, that Eskom be the one to make those pronouncements here, because it's outside of our purview. I thought the Group CEO was quite clear earlier. I mean, there's a technical response on when do you end load shedding. Load shedding improves, or load shedding gets minimized when you improve your energy availability factor. Once your energy availability factor goes above the 60s and starts hovering towards your 75th percentiles, you have a grid that is as world class as any. Because let's remember that globally there is no such thing as 100% energy availability. Utilities are global entities that are benchmarked according to global practices. Anywhere in the world, even in the best run economy in the world, energy availability factor is deemed normal if it's around 80–86%, because at any given time you'll have plants that are offline for maintenance. So it should be accepted, therefore, that once you are at 65% heading towards 70 and post 2025 heading above 70, you are now operating towards those world-class norms. So our 2-year plan takes all those factors into account, and I think maybe it might be worthwhile, without sounding perhaps out of turn, to maybe unpack these thematically next time we come, because as it is pointed out today, we were not quite clear what we're going to be largely focusing on. But I just thought those, useful points might be worthwhile putting in the room. On this global firm is an initiative that the new board discussed with management, because, as I said earlier, we want to relieve each other, management and the Eskom board, in the legal sense of Eskom board, of the challenge where you give a systems status update and people because there's more energy experts in the market than there is Eskom. And you find all manner of experts poking holes at the status report. And so you can't have Eskom marking its own homework on the information that it gives. So it allows us to have that matter of checks and balances. In strict terms, it's not outsourcing. It's actually adding new capabilities into the dialogue. But most critical, what we will still do is embedded in this agreement that will be signed. There will be skills transfer, there will be all the good things that go with the need for localization. But if we are to have credibility in the eyes of South Africa, you need to have this independent voice that is able to say, we verify what the country is being told in terms of, as I think Andre used the term, are they hitting the requisite targets that they say they will hit relative to this turnaround journey. I do think if we look back to the first slide that our group CEO opened with in terms of the journey map that we went through as a utility in terms of the different choices that were made, should have made around energy. There's an important piece of information I think we should maybe add there. In 2017, we once came into one of the committees in the House of Parliament, where it was blatantly clear that there was a huge gap, where in fact prior to 2017, sorry, in 2008, after the first load shedding, when the build program commenced, it was quite interesting at the time that there was a commitment to build new power stations without a funding model. And we had to go through quite an elaborate process of putting a funding model in place at that time. And what we learned then, those who were decision makers on the board, the build program that gave us initially Midupi and subsequently Kusile, at the time, it was the 4th largest build in the world. And that talks to the level of complexity that perhaps may well have been underestimated at that time. And I think Andre spoke at length about how there was lots of steep learning curves as that build program unfolded. And so it's important that in this turnaround plan and in all the initiatives we're doing right now, we must remember that we're also dealing with some of the remnants of those levels of complexity that were not adequately thought through, prepared for. And it does help to have a fresh pair of eyes alongside any execution plan to make sure that future generations don't come later and scorn on what we're doing today and say, why didn't you think about this or the other? And if we want to really ensure that we turn around for good, we have to build all the necessary safety nets to make sure that that becomes the case. And really that's where we're coming from a strategic intent point of view.
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask our CFO, Kasim, to just give us an overview of the amount initially budgeted for diesel, what we ended up spending, and what is required. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. For this financial year, we started the financial year with a budget of 8 billion rand. We're assuming a load factor of about 6% during the course of the year, obviously on the assumption that EAF would perform at the targeted level that was set for the year. We currently have spent to date 18 billion on diesel, so 10 billion above the budget, at an average of about 1.8 billion per month if I just average it out evenly. So maybe getting back to the question, if we look at this financial year, most probably, yes, having the money, and as the Chair said, funding model being sorted, potentially could add about another 2 billion for February and another 2 billion for March, ending probably around 22 billion for the year compared to the regional budget. If I didn't move on to the next 2 years, the Honourable Chair and Honourable Hadebe, it's linked to, firstly, it's funded through what we applied for in the NERSA application. And for the next 2 years, our load factor assumption in the NERSA application was 12%, costed at about 17 billion rand each. NERSA in the media release did say they've limited the OCGT load factor to 6%, so effectively allowing for about 8.5 billion worth of diesel spend in the next coming year, FY24 and 25. So if I look at that based on potentially a 2 billion spend per month, that will give you a shortfall probably in the region of about 16 billion. That's how we see it at this point in time. Obviously, there is a function of what the oil prices are globally, and more importantly, as the EAF improves, then one would expect diesel to come down. And maybe the last point to take into account is the practicality and the logistics of getting diesel to the stations, especially when it comes to Uncle, as the diesel is then trucked in to that station. Chair, I hope that answers that.
It will just need a follow-up of the breakdown of that 18 billion rand in terms of where it was spent. I know the CEO said the bulk of it went to Petro SA. The balance then, who got those contracts for that diesel? I think that's what will be required. But that will bring full circle the 18 billion rand and 10 billion rand overspent.
Okay. The question of...
Stand by, CEO.
Yeah. Have you approached a relevant minister for
Okay,
the
I think the
extra-
CEO is coming in now to complete. He had just asked CFO to give the figures. Stand by and then get the response from the CEO.
Thank you.
But of course, that is even not enough.
Yeah.
If you look into the current load shedding, for instance,
Bam,
so the
bam.
18 below
Bam,
this
bam, bam.
doesn't add on into any.
Bam, bam. Hold on. Right, CEO. System B.
Honourable Hadebe, if I can just elaborate. The departments that we approached, we spoke to the Department of Public Enterprises as our shareholder, so clearly we engaged with them. Through their good offices, we also established contact with National Treasury, and we explained our challenge to National Treasury, so we asked for that port of call. And then we've also engaged with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy with a view of obtaining a wholesale license which would enable us to procure diesel at the basic fuel price, which would have given us a considerable saving on a per litre basis, and therefore would have enabled us to reduce the burden of the cash outflow. At this point in time, we are funding, while this diesel funding model has been put in place, we are funding the diesel from internal savings and reallocation from other priorities. So our CFO has had to do some very nifty footwork in order to release the cash from other sources to enable us to buy as much diesel as we can responsibly procure. Of course, there's a limit. We don't have infinite resources, and therefore we have had to conserve our reserves at responsible levels. The skills audit has in fact been performed, so that work has been done, so we know where our gaps are and where we have opportunities to improve. And Honourable Chair, we are more than willing to share this with SCOPA at a future presentation and make sure that the right people are in the room to share that with you. The plan to end load shedding, because there are dependencies outside of our control, and in particular the addition of new capacity. It is very difficult for us to give you an exact date on which load shedding will come to an end. But if we add new capacity as planned, and if the appropriate government enablers, including addressing crime and corruption, are put in place, then I stand by my original forecast that there will be a significant decrease in the risk of load shedding from about 18 months' time. Yes, Honourable Khadebe, I achieved in terms of improving the EAF less than I would have liked to, but I may perhaps encourage you, there is now a vacancy, you may apply.
All right. Look, I think the fundamental issue, the fundamental issue on this critical question around when load shedding will end is that there are projections for things that have been put on the table. Right? If you look at slide, we don't have the slide number now currently, but on the presentation, but the current plant status and forward view, right? So amongst other things, it says 4 generating units, 1,680 megawatts, are planned to return to service today and tomorrow. So there's things that you are able to point to. So if I may then put it the other way around in terms of what the chairman is saying and putting the 86% international world-class norms that he refers to. In terms of your planning, then when do you plan to arrive South Africa within the parameters of those world-class standards or norms? Because I think we're getting plans in piecemeal form. This will be done, we'll achieve it, 1,000 megawatts end of March, CEO, you said earlier on. So there's a particular, whether it will happen or not is secondary, right? But the issue is, the plan says that at the end of March, 1,000 megawatts, and all these other things. So, to put it maybe, but I say that the unease is the question, when will load shedding end? When do you plan to land us as a country within the parameters of the world-class norms that have been referred to? Because there has to be a plan, there has to be a roadmap. But I raise this not lightly. I raise it for a host of reasons: economic certainty, planning, business management, job creation. Household management is a basic thing, you know. Budgeting for households that may have bought generators and are now buying fuel to manage those generators. There has to be a sense of enabling the country to make, at a personal level, at a business level, at an investment level, to put them at a particular trajectory to say, plan within these parameters. I don't think it's a difficult question. I don't think we should run away from it. Yes, it's an uncomfortable conversation. But you see, I hear you 18 months if you say if these things, capacity and so on, are done, there will be reduction, right? But I am seated here on the question of the national disaster, thinking, would it be, does Eskom not consider what is happening as a disaster, as a calamity? I'm just, I find it to be kicking for touch in one way or the other. I mean, I was hearing Minister of Finance in Davos said 2 years, I think. And the question is, where do these things come from, right? And I think whenever, because ultimately, of course, they've got an impact on finances, which is why we hear the management of Eskom. And I think Nico needs to at some point appear here. Because I get a sense that this diesel funding model resides there at Nico. And so you see, yeah. So what we need to ascertain is the centrality and authority of Eskom to take Eskom decisions. Or is Eskom now inheriting, for lack of a better phrase, decision taken elsewhere, and then Eskom must implement? All those things need to be clarified. Because then what's the point of having Eskom? Why have executives? Why have a board? If the people who've got the fiduciary responsibility are not performing out in the material form what it entails to perform a fiduciary responsibility. So I think that is why, Chair, you are finding this particular continued return to the question around, and that's why I'm sort of, putting it in another way now to say, right, you've placed 86% as the international standard. When does South Africa arrive at that 86%? And this is not a question which says it will happen, but what's the projection? We are quite alive, as I'm saying, to some of the challenges at Eskom, and as I've said when we first met, Eskom is one body we have met more than any other entity. We were not sitting here and saying we are experts on the Eskom problems and the Eskom issues, but I would like to believe in this parliament we are one committee that is quite more fair than others with the Eskom issues. So we see ourselves as an enabler to your processes, but at the same time, how do we hold you accountable as is our responsibility in a vacuum? And that vacuum is the roadmap and the timelines. If the international standard is 86%, where are we now? Where will we be in a year's time? And then so that in a year's time we say, right, why didn't we arrive at 60%? And ask that question. So no, but what I'm saying is there has to be a roadmap. Energy certainty, policy certainty, for the myriad of the spectrum of the societal factors and stakeholders involved in what is important about Eskom. Because you see, that chickens thing, that lawsuit, I can assure you, is opening a floodgate. You are going to find yourselves on the same footing as RAF, hospital negligence, which takes place. One person files a lawsuit and it invites class actions and all sorts of things. In the presence of certainty, you are able to fend off those things. I think, I really think we need to find each other there.
Chair,
Yeah.
I think,
so
Chair,
Just stand by, Chair.
the issue is here. You have infrastructure, but that infrastructure is not fully operational because of various of reasons that are well known now. The plan that we see within your ambit or scope of work, focusing on what you have, how long do you think you need to fix that which is broken in order for you to end load shedding? Because surely the plants that you have currently, regardless of their condition and state, whatever that needs to be done, when say 70% of them are fully functional, we are not going to be where we are. That's the plan we require. We're mindful of the energy mix and other PIP factors, but we are now focusing on what you have, dealing with what you have in order to ensure that the resources at your disposal are functioning at a certain point where you can be comfortable to say, at this current juncture, there won't be any load shedding. Deal with what is available and it's at your disposal. Tell us what you are capable of doing and how long will that take for you to arrive at the point where we want certainty in terms of security, in terms of energy availability factor in our country. We are mindful and we understand, Chair, of the energy mix that is needed. We are well aware of other role players that ought to come on board, but now the focus is on you and what you have.
Let's get a response on that much awaited counter break.
Chair, can I just ask Sharon if you take us to slide 4, please? The challenge may well be that perhaps you didn't receive the slides ahead of time and therefore you've not internalized them. But Chair, all these questions that are being asked, we have dealt with them in this presentation, and the answer is right there. We've articulated through the GC's presentation. So I think, Chair, with respect, the responsible thing we can do as Eskom is perhaps request that we can come back and just devote a whole series of presentations to, if you want to do a deep dive into this. This is not Eskom strategy. This is a piece of a bigger Eskom strategic plan. This is the recovery plan for the generations division over the next 2 years. And as it is clear there, under the third quadrant, we begin to get edged closer to the world-class performance after 2025 onwards. Once we hit 70%, we begin to be on that path towards the 86% world-class benchmarks. So respectfully, Chair, we've answered this question. The request I would make is that if the committee wishes to go deeper, then let's have a deep technical conversation in its proper context about how EAF works and how Eskom works in terms of achieving beyond 75% EAF. We came here against an invitation prepared in a certain context. Let us not take this conversation out of the context in which we were invited here. So we are available. If you want us to come here for 2 days to take you through the A to Z in terms of how we achieve EAF performance, we are available, honorable members. But today we've shared with you there, and this presentation is a presentation we've been doing to all the key stakeholders in terms of the matter here and now at hand. How quickly do we get on top of it? And it's going to take 2 years until 31 March 2025. There's no other story to tell. This is the reality. And so, I was saying to one of our leaders that, in our African traditions, they say, when you milk a cow, you milk it, it will produce milk. But it gets to a point where if you milk it beyond its capability, you're going to get blood. And so I'm saying this appealing for a bit more realism in how we engage with each other. And guard, in so much as you say we must be responsible, guard against trying to extract things out of us that are not yet appropriate to say because we don't have the facts. Tomorrow we'll be sitting here and you'll be saying, but last time you said this. I don't think we're being fair to each other in that way. So that's my appeal, Chair and honorable members. The plan is here, and it's very clear, crystal clear. 31 March 2025 onwards, we start aspiring to those world-class performance standards. So, CEO, I don't know if there's anything else you wish to add further, but I think,
Thank you, Honourable Chair. If I can add, the first very important point to make is that the planning of the electricity supply industry in South Africa is a function of the integrated resource plan. And that resource plan has a certain technology mix, it has certain dates by which certain plants are decommissioned, other plants are brought online. So there's a lot of detail contained in that plan. That plan is premised on an assumption that Eskom will operate at a 75% EAF. And we are not achieving that for the reasons that we have elaborated on. But we also do not have the liberty of adding additional capacity beyond the prescripts of that integrated resource plan. So I think the questions, and the very valid questions that the Honourable Adebe has asked, I think we must also look at the overall accountability for energy procurement and how capacity is added onto the grid. One of the outcomes, and I believe this has been publicly communicated, so I'm not speaking out of school, is that there is a review of the integrated resource plan underway. And I think that's an extraordinarily important policy document to guide the country to the future. The question that you asked, give us line of sight on when capacity will be brought online. What will the energy availability factor be? I think that's the Honourable Chair, the only element that I'd like to add is that the IRP really is the foundation of electricity planning in South Africa. And the assumption, and we can have lots of discussions on where that assumption came from and why it was the wrong assumption, it turns out. That 75% EAF assumption turns out not to have been achievable, and that's why we are where we are. In addition to capacity that should have been procured, that hasn't been procured, and that is not yet available. Thank you, Chair.
If I can then deal with the matter of NECOM. NECOM is exactly that. It's the National Electricity Crisis Committee. So if we were to just understand NECOM as like a highway, on this highway called NECOM, the biggest road user is this big machine called Eskom. The fact that this big machine called Eskom is on this highway or this platform called NECOM, it doesn't take away the identity of the truck or the big machine. It just happens to be using a platform called the highway. NECOM is a platform that affords all the key players in this whole value chain to be able to sit in the same room under one leader and deal with all the priorities at hand and fast-track decisions so that we exactly achieve what the members are asking, and a sense of agency and a sense of an accelerated delivery on the key outcomes. We can't shy away from the fact that there are internal matters that Eskom has control over, but there's a whole host of external matters outside of Eskom that Eskom doesn't have control over. But these occur and have to be dealt with in concert with each other. And so that's why we are a participant in NECOM. It has nothing to do with our fiduciary responsibilities. It has to do with what I said at the outset. Eskom has a systemic impact on the economy, on society, and quite frankly on our civilization as it stands now. And that's why everybody's agitated. And therefore we cannot do this alone. We can do this in partnership with a whole host of players, all aligned around the same priorities, and that is what we're doing in partnership with NECOM. And I'm not saying it lightly when I say the ability to pronounce on what gets declared a national disaster or not is not up to Eskom. Eskom can be asked for inputs, yes, but it's not up to Eskom, respectfully. Thank you.
All right. I think the one thing I must just clarify, I don't want a solidified impression to be created around the issue of load shedding being an ambush. In one way or other, yesterday, I did indicate that whilst the issues are around the oversight visits and the follow-ups, the issues of load shedding will be raised, so that there's clarity on your part. I raised it yesterday. But in any case, the public frustration must not be lost in order for it to spur on urgency. I'll just leave it at that. But this comfort break is 45 minutes overdue. All right, so colleagues, let's come back at 10 to 1. And then Honourable Paulson will be first off the bat. And then Sistombi, please liaise with Lebo and the board and the executives on our side on how far we can stretch ourselves in terms of being here. But I do know that Eskom is preparing for an oversight visit that is coming to them at the end of the week. There's meetings and travel. So can we just, in this comfort break, finalize our time management? So we'll come back at 10 to 1. Thanks.
We can't wait for 2025.
You don't have to worry, it won't be your problem.
So this is what was packed because at Acacia everything of mine is in boxes because I was also been renovating. So all I have is this and but it helps to be it helps me not now until meeting is done. New facts and as you know, because now I must go to and still take an invitation on the meeting.
But what I don't understand. Even if not and you don't think
Are you? And downtime?
Every time we have to
And downtime?
But this was
what has to be done. That's no problem.
but as you know,
plan for 2030, and they issued this document in 2019, and they said we will need 78 gigawatts of power by 2030. That's in 7 years' time. So you can tell us, what are the chances of us reaching there? Or, you know, because we need to let people know that although that plan is very comprehensive, a lot of research went into it, a lot of experts contributed to it, and this is what we will need, so that citizens can know that we're not near there, we're never going to reach there. Come 2024, unless we have a complete shift in government, we are never ever going to get there, because this government won't take us there. And it's critical to the future of this country for us to have that 78 gigawatts of power. I also mentioned, and it will probably be addressed later on with the SIU, you mentioned the criminality within Eskom. And I know there's a lot of money that's going to be recovered. And you also mentioned some of your executives needing special protection for themselves and their families. And that you have investigators. So I want to know, these people that are responsible for this criminality, these organized syndicates operating within Eskom, have we managed to identify the kingpin or kingpins behind these acts of criminality? Because those are the ones that we'd like to put behind bars as soon as possible. Okay, then you know, it's mining companies. You mentioned that electricity generation was mainly for big business, and especially mining companies. They pay much less per unit of electricity than the poor person. And poor people are subsidizing what big mining companies pay, who make massive profits, and poor people don't make profits, they're just there to survive, and yet what they pay for electricity is so much more per unit than a mining company. So I just don't understand the logic behind it. The poor pay more, the wealthy pay less. So why is that? And then, Mr. Director, you're telling me that an end to load shedding is out of your hands. Is not very comforting for me as a citizen of this country. In whose hands is it then? Because the President himself said that his hands are tied. His hands are tied, it's out of your hands. In whose hands is it then anyway? Who's going to end load shedding? Because it's out of your hands. The President's hands are tied. Who's going to be our savior and give us our electricity? I mean, this is quite gloomy for all South Africans. We're in darkness. Group CEO of Eskom is out of his hands. The President's hands are tied. We need an answer, and the chairperson correctly pushed for a particular date for us to have that EAF, and know when exactly we'll reach a state of stability and at least 85% energy availability to serve the people of this country, get them out of darkness. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Buker, stand by when we get responses. After you will come in. Chairperson in your team, you will take questions.
The
Thank you, Chair. I'll just tackle two questions at high level. The CEO will deal with everything. This very last question that is being asked, it reminds me of the words of Abraham Maslow. It is Abraham Maslow who said to us in the early centuries of philosophers emerging that the one who's good with a hammer tends to think everything else is a nail. I think that we must appeal as Eskom that please hear us. There's clearly an existing narrative, there's clearly an existing pain point for the nation, which the CEO articulated with his first slide when he reminded us of the journey that we've traveled with load shedding since the last decades. So even now, when we are clearly putting facts on the table that show us that we're getting out of this, we still get asked questions as if though we are in 2022-21. We've placed it on record here and publicly in various media briefings that we did this past Sunday. There's a plan in place that shows that maybe when we say 31 March 23, it feels like it's far away. It's just a few weeks away that the first improvement occurs at the end of March, that we get to 60%. Every day, every week, there's someone, either in the form of power station managers that meet every morning at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Every morning someone wakes up, led by the chief operating officer, and they look at the grid, and they're constantly looking watchfully over how we move forward towards our target. So I'd be loath if we try and embed a narrative in this House today that attempts to say we're not answering the question. We've put it crystal clear that we're going to work incrementally to improve the situation, and it will end as we start hitting energy availability factors that are upper of 70%. And we've given an indication that from 31 March 2025 onwards, that's when that begins to happen. The fleet we have is the fleet we have. There's nothing that changes that. And when the group CEO was saying that we're country number 100 and something that is following in terms of the opening up of transmission, generation, distribution, it is in part what this country is doing when you have IPPs coming onto the grid, because someone must come and add more megawatts while Eskom continues to deal with this question that we're being asked. So when we say it is not entirely up to Eskom, it is not entirely up to Eskom to add new megawatts. There's other opportunities that we have of adding new megawatts. As citizens, for instance, we have a duty. If I look at the lights above us here, these down lights don't look like energy saving lights. It starts here, right here, in this house, in our homes, in the places we gather. We used to have a thing that we ran quite aggressively called demand side management, where all of us understood that we also have a role to play. When we switch on our geysers, when we switch them off, when we do or don't switch on pool pumps and all those kind of matters. So let's remember that it's in our hands as well. As Madiba also reminded us, it's in our hands. So it's not just up to Eskom to solve this problem, it's all of us have the means to make a difference. And so let's not let a narrative perpetuate in the words of Abraham Maslow, where we're just hitting Eskom on the nail perpetually, even when Eskom is turning the corner. Because I'd like to appeal to the members of the House, in so much as there's millions of South Africans following these dialogues, there's a very important group of people, 40,000 plus people that wake up every morning to go to work at Eskom. Every time you use that hammer and the nail, you're hitting them too. You are impacting on their morale. Do remember that. Let's try and change the narrative so that they too feel inspired, that the leaders of their country, the leaders of their parliament, also appreciate the efforts that they're doing to make things better. So I just want us, Chair, to really start changing our vocabulary as we see things change, because we're also demoralizing people we don't intend to. On the matter of the tariff, the tariff is a statutory matter as per the NASA decision. What I understood the call to action to have been from the leader of our country was for Eskom to look at whether there's ways and means at its disposal that it can employ to ease the burden on the majority of society. And we have committees in Eskom looking at all those possibilities to look at what can be done to ensure that we can cushion where we can. But the reality is that we also have a statutory obligation of a legal decision that has been taken by a regulatory authority. So as soon as we have found those mechanisms of easing the pain, we will go back to our shareholder ministry and to the various players in the energy sector through NICOM to hopefully also through that platform find other ways and means of easing and cushioning in the majority of society. We're fully empathetic with the fact that all of us are having it tough given the challenges we face due to energy availability factor not being where it should be. Let me leave it there for the CEO to deal with any other detailed specifics within the 6 questions raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, also, the capacity planning for the new build, as far as Eskom is concerned, really is the completion of Kusile. So that will be Unit 6, when that comes into commercial operation. That is scheduled for May of 2024. It will add 700 megawatts. We have a few smaller projects in the renewable energy space, and then we have a 3,000 megawatt natural gas-fired plant in Richards Bay, which we're also pursuing. So those are the Eskom plans. But if I may just say that asking Eskom about the electricity supply situation is like asking Clover about the milk supply situation. There are now many companies investing in electricity generation, and we need to understand that this picture is going to become increasingly dependent on market forces to drive that. So if we add up everything that can be put in place, we are importing already 300 megawatts from neighboring countries. So those contracts are in place. We hope that we can increase that to about 1.5 gigawatts by concluding other contracts. So we are also tapping into the South African or Southern African power pool rather. Rooftop solar is going to play an increasingly important role, and there are initiatives underway to also allow for a feed-in tariff. The feed-in tariff will allow consumers of electricity to turn into prosumers. With other words, you get a credit on your electricity bill for the electricity that you produce. One of the key elements that I mentioned in a recent meeting was that we need to be very mindful that the move to rooftop solar does not exacerbate inequality, because it is a real risk that ultimately everybody who can afford it has rooftop solar and is insulated from load shedding, and the poor are exposed to load shedding, and that would not be a good outcome. So we need to plan for this, and we need to very clearly define what our strategies are around that. We're also tapping into immediately available generation capacity, and here we're talking about paper mills, we're talking about companies with heat plants, their own generation facility. We're also talking to the South African Property Owners Association. They have an extensive network of shopping centre generators, rooftop PV and so forth. How we can tap into that and use that. And that can be as much as 1.6 gigawatts. There are also existing IPPs who have existing capacity because they've improved their plants over time, and that's a small quantity. We think it's about 70 megawatts that we can obtain from that. Then next year, 2024, we will of course see Maripa Unit 4 return, Kusile Unit 6 coming into commercial operation. That's 1.5 gigawatts. More private embedded generation, 2 gigawatts. We will see the renewables bid window 5 projects come online. That's about 800 megawatts. And also municipal procurement. The state president announced in SONA of 2020 that municipalities in good financial standing would be able to procure electricity themselves directly, and some municipalities are taking advantage of that. Ekurhuleni, eThekwini, and also Cape Town. And then in 2025, gigawatt of new projects under bid window 5. Bid window 6 will deliver another gigawatt. We are looking at pumped storage in order to cater for the lack of predictability or the self-dispatching nature of renewable energy. And then those 9,000 megawatts of projects that I referred to earlier that are being pursued in response to the lifting of the cap on embedded generation will start coming online then. Eskom itself is also playing a role in that. We are leasing land to developers to come and build renewable energy projects, and we think that this will add about 2,000 megawatts. So there are a very large number of projects that are being pursued that will add to this new capacity. In total, we estimate that South Africa needs to invest about 1.2 trillion rand in the electricity industry over the next decade. Eskom doesn't have that money. I think that much is clear. And it is unlikely that government will have that money. I can't talk on behalf of government, but that would be my estimate. And therefore, I think that we need to see how we can enable investment to come to the party. And this is why it's so important to legally separate transmission and establish the ITSMO, that we can in fact proceed. When it comes to upgrading power stations, given the age of these power stations, it is not possible to upgrade them. There is a school of thought that says let's stop burning coal at Komati, Komati, yes, even that is included. Hendrina, Camden, and Grootvlei, and let's just replace coal with gas. But unfortunately, the boilers are 50 to 60 years old. The turbines and the generators are old. So that doesn't work. So if you wanted to convert them to natural gas, you would need to install combined cycle gas turbines. But then you need to take account of the fact that these plants are at 1,600 meters above altitude. So there would be a 20% efficiency loss. So it actually makes more sense to generate electricity from gas at sea level and transport the electrons through our transmission grid rather than transport the gas molecules. So the emphasis is to rather see how we can repurpose and repower our existing power stations as they reach end of life through the just energy transition to create a new alternative future. So the Komati project is a world-class benchmark for the just energy transition. It's been copied by Indonesia in particular, and they have in fact secured $20 billion in financing because they are very nimble and very agile and they're very committed in their decision making. And what we're doing at Komati is 100 megawatts of PV, of sun, solar, about 70 megawatts of wind. And also we are training people who have been working in the coal value chain to reskill and upskill them to become workers in the renewable energy industry, where there are significant job opportunities. Estimates are that there will be 300,000 net new jobs created. And if we can direct investment towards Mpumalanga, where the bulk of the negative impact will be of these station shutdowns, we can leverage three things. The first one is because of our coal-fired power stations, we have an established transmission grid, which is well maintained and in close proximity to the market. So there's an asset there that we can use as we shut down the coal-fired generation. So this is important. Secondly, we have solar and wind resources. A lot of attention is paid to the Northern Cape as the only place in the country, allegedly, where sun and wind exists, but this is not true. The sun also shines and the wind also blows in Mpumalanga, and in fact there's only about a 4% difference in efficiency. And it is our contention that attracting investment to Mpumalanga makes enormous sense in order to leverage the transmission grid, but also to ensure that we can create a new future for the people of Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga historically has been the energy heartland of South Africa, and I see absolutely no reason why it cannot remain the energy heartland of South Africa in a decarbonizing economy as we transition away from coal. So that would be the preferable way to address the power stations rather than to try and extend their lives. There are significant environmental constraints, there are financial constraints, it's even becoming very difficult to obtain insurance for our coal-fired plants. So from a crime perspective, intelligence is not evidence. So before you can arrest somebody, you need to have evidence. And we are collaborating with the South African police. We have the support of the National Commissioner of Police. I don't want to elaborate too much on it, but it is receiving priority attention to not go after the runners. Because very often these are poor people who for 5,000 Rand will commit all sorts of acts, but actually you need to go up the chain, and that I think is now being pursued, and very, very pleasingly so. In terms of the tariffs, I think it's important to distinguish between Eskom tariffs and municipal tariffs. So municipalities add a markup on top of the Eskom tariff to compensate them for the cost of distributing electricity, and that's perfectly acceptable. They've got substations to maintain, they've got billing, they've got electricity departments that need to be paid. But what happens in practice is that that markup in some instances gets inflated completely beyond what is necessary. So if we compare Nelson Mandela Bay municipality they add a markup of about 18%, and that's perfectly acceptable having regard to their costs. But then you look at Saltplaatjie municipality, and then
Look at Cape Town,
yeah, Cape Town is also
very high.
a very high markup. Yes.
Just allow the responses to flow.
So if you look at and then also if you disaggregate the municipal tariffs, you see that some municipalities charge low consumption customers, and those are typically poor households, a far higher tariff than businesses. And therefore, and of course this is outside of Eskom's control. We can't control that. So I think this is an important narrative that also needs to be put out there, that the municipal tariffs, I think, need to enjoy some attention to ensure that they are fair, that they are transparent, and also that municipal wheeling frameworks are consistent across the country. So I think there's a fruitful area there for the attention of NERSA. When it comes to special pricing to large customers, there are some of those that are contractual. As these come up for renewal, we do increase those tariffs very significantly. There are no loss-making customers for Eskom, so that's positive. We can give that assurance. But again, bearing in mind that South Africa used cheap electricity as a calling card during the period when we had excess generation capacity. So we do have this legacy of attracting large industries on the back of low-cost electricity. And over time, as these contracts come up for renewal, we are making those adjustments, and we are increasing those prices, of course, in a way that doesn't lead to the closure of those plants, because then we kill the goose that lays the golden or the aluminium eggs, as the case may be. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to say that the call you make, Chairperson, about the change of narrative is well taken. However, any change has got terms and conditions, and the conditions is that for there to be a change of narrative, there needs to be a change of things at Eskom. Every day this year, in 2023, South Africans have been subjected to load shedding. Every single day. So, you speak about the employees of Eskom. Yes, they must not be demoralized. They must be motivated to help the institution come out of this crisis. Pull it out. So it means that there must be a heightened pace of reporting cases of bribery. There needs to be a culture of discipline about work. We appreciate the ones that do the work that they do. But all the factors taken combined is that what change is expected from society when there's no change in citizens? You know? So I think the saying goes, it takes two to tango. I think the two are not mutually exclusive. So, and I don't think we've really said anything today that's demoralizing to the employees of Eskom. I just want to take it one step further on something. The EAF for 25, financial year 25, in terms of the presentation we have, is at 5%, is at 70%. For 24, it's at 65%, and 23, which is currently, it's at 59%. So if you look at it over what, for lack of a better phrase, over the MTEF, it's on average 5% every year, right? So you will arrive at 25 and you will be at 70%. So if that's the rate, we will only reach the world-class performance of 86% around about 2028. If we continue on the 5% trajectory. So you will see in the presentation, it says 23, 59%, 24, 65%, 25, 70%. So year on year, it's a 5% progression. So 26 will be 75, 27 will be 80, and 28 will be 85, if that's the rate. So, see, but here we'll cap it at 25, as has been put. We're going to go to the SIU once Honorable Bukes is done on the issue of, because Honorable Paulson has raised issues about the syndicates and the kingpins. Because in October, the SIU pointed to 3 areas of organized crime or syndicates which were operating, including logistics. Because we still maintain Busile is built on a coal mine. Yet there are 700 trucks coming into Busile every day. I was driving to Ulundi from Durban, and you know the trucks have been rerouted now in Pongola, and they are using Fryhead, Melmoth, Nkwalini, and then Richards Bay. I counted no less than 250 trucks between Nkwalini and Ulundi 19. The ones that I saw without being distracted doing other things in the vehicle. 250 trucks. That's coal leaving, right? And I hope Eskom can make a comment around this, because there's an entire debate around coal. Yet at Medupi, there are 18 million tons of coal, there, stockpile of coal at Medupi. I was happy to see there's improvements around the take-or-pay contracts. I think that's noted. But this coal debate goes to what the SIU raised, and I'm only pointing to it because Honorable Paulson has spoken about the syndicates, that the SIU did speak to this issue around the syndicate in the coal space, the trucking space. But it's also dependent on PRASA, another SOE under siege, because the road to rail agenda is dependent on that. So it's all those factors combined which we do this. But the chair of ARC says something very important. She says consequence management. We've heard all these things before. At some point, we were told there's sabotage. The president returned from a trip abroad early. He met with the then CEO/chairman, the late Bob Mabuza, and the conclusion was that the escalation of load shedding at that time was because of sabotage. After that, nothing ever happened. We never heard anything about anybody being arrested, nothing. So we will be seated here now as well, and there will be heightened lamentations and so on and so forth. But everything hinges on what the chair of ARC has said. Consequence management at every level and every facet of Eskom, including but not limited to bringing matters to a logical legal justice conclusion. It's when that change arises that there will be a change in narrative. Honorable Bukes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, listening to the presentation of the CEO, it's like listening to red books. I'm not sure, because you are very young.
No, man.
Closer to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, listening to the presentation of the CEO, it's like reading one of those books. I'm not sure you will know about the book because you are very young. It's it's not in your time. The Reiter in Swart. Some of us will know that book, who are speaking Afrikaans or playing cowboys and crooks. I think, Mr. De Reiter, it's a case of history that judges us now. And you started your presentation from 2007, and throughout you speak about poor planning. So my question, Chair, to Mr. Director is, since then till now, what was the measures taken to address this problem of poor planning? Was it effective, and did you review it along the way? And was there never a plan to prevent or put back what you took along the way? Then secondly, Chair, the one of building of temporary flues. Why temporary, and what is the lifespanning of this temporary flues, and what is the cost in comparison with fixing it at once? Then I'm struggling to understand the term design error. Miskien omdat ek dink Afrikaans, nou moet ek Engels praat. The design error. Design for me is starting of a process. So if you do have skilled people who are putting up the plants, and we must approve the designs before you start, then there is a process of phases. Why is it that after completion we experience flaws? Then in the overview of the AG, one of the issues for me that he raised is a need to build a culture that promotes appreciation and commitment to ethical behavior and professionalism. I think, Chair of the Board, for me it's the main thing to unpack. How will this impact the circumstances of Eskom and Eskom workers to take it upon themselves to showcase Eskom as a deployment of choice? In your deliberation of the AG's report, how much time did you spend on this, specifically this phrase? And I think in Eskom or all over, we must bring back the humanity and social care in our deliberations. Then lastly, Chair, I think that the chairman was saying we must play our part. We also have a role to play. And this thing, Chair, I'm from the Northern Cape, a small place called Pella, and we have the sun, we have the land, we have the people, but we are not benefiting from those solar farms there. Now the chairman is saying that we must play our role. How am I telling someone who don't have food to eat to buy a bulb? How am I telling someone who come to me to put his water in my fridge because load shedding affect his appliances? How am I telling someone who sit at a clinic for almost 3 hours and can't get an injection because the fridge of the clinic is not working? So we are playing our part, but you must help us to play our part. For me to sit here and people are listening to what I'm saying and they don't understand because I don't understand, why are the lights off? Please tell us, Mr. Director, I was listening to you there outside, ek baie mooi Afrikaans gepraat. I want you to tell the people of Pella in the Northern Cape, why are the lights off? Why are they sitting in a heat of 40 to 45 grades and must go back home? Because there's no injections, because there's no medicine. Why are the people, the children, dehydrating in classrooms? Because there's no aircon. There's no water because the dams run dry. We don't have water for almost 3 days. So now, the chairman come to me and say today in this platform, I must play my role. I want to. But if I don't understand, how will my constituency understand? Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie, agbare voorsitter. Give us your responses in English because there's no translation services today. All right, over to you, Eskom.
Baie dankie meneer die voorsitter. Honorable Bekers, I just want to assure you that we are here. I mean, Eskom has got a whole range of divisions. Among these, a division full of engineers called Protech Industries and the like. What can you do? I think that you mustn't underestimate the influence you have as a member of parliament. If you said to me, Chair of the board, can you come to Bella with other key stakeholders, because Northern Cape, as you rightfully point out, is the solar capital of our country. And we look at how we embark on public-private partnerships with those key players in Northern Cape to help alleviate the situation. I certainly will jump into my bicycle and come to Bella. I think we must not let our circumstances make us feel helplessness, a sense of helplessness. But I fully agree with you that we have a duty as Eskom to do our damnedest, to do our hardest to ensure that that which we have to deliver, we can deliver within our means in terms of keeping the lights on. And as the board, that's what we are driving this organization very hard to do. To as speedily, as urgently as we can, come out of our circumstances. We did not get into where we are overnight as a country and as Eskom. It took time. And we would have thought as a board, together with our management team, that if in these 110 days of a new board we are able to have come this far, that it should hopefully give you confidence that we are serious about turning the place around. So that's the thought that I will leave to your plea in terms of that playing our part piece. But as partners, civil society, business, government, Eskom, and organized labor and all other formations of society, we need to together move forward in a partnership form. The other question you directed at me relates to a very important theme. In my training on strategy, they trained me that culture eats strategy for lunch. That you can have the best strategy, you can have the best plans, but if the culture doesn't support, those plans will come to naught. The chair of the Human Capital Committee could not make it today, but we do have a veteran of our society, the chair of the Social Ethics Committee. I don't know if he wants to comment before I say my say, from where he sits as chair of our ESG, but safe to say that is front of mind for us. It is critical. If Dr. Nyati was here, who also couldn't make it, tendered apologies, he would be talking about how in the technical context of our board work, we are constantly worried about the dysfunctional culture that we had observed as in the early days when the board committee started engaging with our management team and our staff on the ground. I don't want to upset Andre, but I know he gets very upset when he goes to power stations and finds dumpies of cigarettes and things lying around, because coming from an industrial background myself, they say you must be able to eat off your industrial floor. I must be able to, if I give you a plate and said, let's sit down on the floor, you must not be shy. That is a sign of when people are really in control of their day-to-day lives in a plant. So these are things that are vitally important that you point out, and we want to assure you that we're working very hard to ensure that we do turn them around. But I don't know, if there's any comment from your side.
Thank you very much, not much. Safe to say is that we have taken a motto that says the priceless asset in your organization is your people. That you can do whatever you can do, but if your workers are not playing that role and that recognition, you're not going to move to anywhere. Let me just stop there.
On that positively said note, meneer de Ruyter, mag ek vra?
Nee, maar nou ek is baie bekommerd, hè.
I'll keep it in English. Although Honourable Bekers, I must say, sometimes I feel not like the writer in swart, but more like Sal 13 ongevallen. Anyway, I think if I may...
Just 1 second. I am so loath to keep on repeating this about cell phones. Let's just respect the professional nature of this meeting. Like videos are popping up this side, you're hearing jokes and laughing. Like seriously, like it's just, please, it's bordering on irritating actually. Sorry, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just with regard to the Honourable Bekers' question on poor planning, we find ourselves in the present situation because in the past we spent insufficient time talking about the future. And I would strongly advocate that we spend a lot of time talking about the future and how we're going to plan proactively to prevent this crisis from becoming worse. Yes, we have present problems that we need to resolve, absolutely, but let the present problems not obscure the need for proper planning. So I completely concur with you. Honourable Chair, through you, I wish to ask our Chief Operating Officer, Jan Oberholzer, to address the question on the temporary flues at Kusile as well as the matter of design errors.
Okay, so over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Bekers. Let's do this one. The reason why we decided to embark on temporary flues stacks, the existing stack, the windshield, the concrete with the 3 stacks inside, the flues inside, the risk that we have in there with the slurry that is cooked and clogged in the inside. We had some specialist companies that came to Kusile to say, is it better that we rather clean and fix, the existing smokestack compared to building some temporary? And these companies, because of the experience in the world, what they have done, concluded that the risk is too high. So let's rather, because of a catastrophic failure. So the decision then was made about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, actually today, 2 weeks ago. Let's then rather embark and get going on designs and build 3 temporary smokestacks. In the same time, while we will continue then with the temporary smokestacks, we will then slowly but surely start cleaning the existing smokestack. However, the assessment is 18 months. And where building a new smokestack is anything between 10 and 12 months. So the decision then was, let's then proceed because of the 2,100 megawatts, that we bring it online much quicker than earlier. So that was basically the reason. Then the issue of the design error. Back in 2007, when the contract was awarded for the boilers for Medupi and Kusile, it was awarded on a sort of a fleet strategy. So all 12 boilers, it was awarded to a company. Now at the time, we believe, and I'm just going to leave it there because there are some investigations, that there may have been creative tendering taking place at the time, and the tender was awarded at the time to Hitachi. And due to well, let me just stand back. So it was awarded to Hitachi, and in that we had some design defects in the boiler itself. It boils down to the boiler is 16 meters too short. And that has created a very high exhaust temperature that is going up. And that is creating quite a lot of the challenges. Now we have implemented a number of modifications. And so we have, achieved some actually very good success to take, the energy availability from, in the 60s to over 80s. But this is basically what has happened at the time. Thank you, Chair.
CEO.
Thank you. If I can then concur with the remarks made by the AG on Eskom being an employer of choice. That used to be the case historically. And I think it's very important that we restore that we attract and retain. We've got really exceptional people working for our company. And the first prize is let's retain those people. Let's keep them in the business. So I'm really 100% in alignment with the Honourable Beatrice. The Honourable Beatrice touched on something that I believe also requires addressing, and that is energy poverty. Energy poverty is something that really constrains education, development, and there's a dignity that comes with access to energy. Not smelling of paraffin, not having to breathe in coal fumes, and so forth. And we have developed a technology, we call it a modular microgrid. It's in a repurposed shipping container with solar panels, batteries, and an inverter inside, which can be deployed in 2 to 3 days to a site, and can then provide electricity to between 20 and 30 low-income households. And we are in fact going to be manufacturing these modular microgrids, and we've already started that at our Komati power station, which is another example of how we repurpose and repower old power stations to now become manufacturing hubs, so that we can also address energy poverty. These modular containers are quite cheap, relatively speaking, 1.5 million rand each, and we want to, Honourable Chair, maybe use the opportunity to challenge corporates to start buying these microgrids and deploy them to areas where there's low-cost housing in need of electrification. And that could include schools, it could provide security to farmers for irrigation, for refrigeration. So the technology is there to address some of these issues, and we would really like to collaborate with communities, particularly outlying rural communities that are difficult and expensive to provide electricity to deploy these technologies. Thank you, Chair.
All right. For the last time, Baya Danki. All right, let's take Honorable Lubengo, and then colleagues, I think what we're going to do, we will take the SIU presentation. On TV, you've seen what happened. You will give us a high-level briefing on it, and then if there are questions, colleagues, very brief and concise. So it will be one set of questions, and then we'll get a response. We will still meet with the SIU in any case. There's a number of meetings scheduled. And then Eskom, I think we will suspend on the other matters. And then at our next engagement, we will recalibrate the structure of the meeting so that we don't go through those matters as a malicious compliance, which we dealt with them today, and just tick boxes and not do justice to them. So I think we will take it in that way, so that we go through all the issues. Then we must still have the hearing on the annual report and so on. So we'll find a way, colleagues, to merge the two, but we'll discuss it offline as we usually do in our family meeting. Right, Honourable Lubengo, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. On the Busile issue, the CEO presentation indicated that the band collapsed
as a result of excessive weight. Chairperson, to me, it seems as there were no monitoring and evaluation on this. Even if they can put, they can repair or put a temporary thing, it is still going to, they are still going to face the same problem. So I wanted to get clarity on the issue of evaluation and monitoring. I think we should.
Okay, let's get a response to that. I think it's a critical issue, but we've always been told that Medupi is structured, Gusile is a photocopy of Medupi. So the expectation is that somehow Medupi is the point of reference of correcting defects at Gusile. So I think you are quite right on the monitoring and evaluation. But let's get a response to that.
Chair, was that an overnight incident?
Okay, let's get a response.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Member. I think you're spot on. There wasn't sufficient oversight and monitoring and control on running the FGD plant. The difference between Medupi and Kusile is the only power station that we have where we have implemented the flue gas desulfurization plant. Now your question, so you spot on. I believe that, and we've asked for a thorough investigation to understand that. However, your question on now we are going to have a temporary stack, so is the same going to happen? Now, the plan now as in design is to bypass the FGD plant now. So we will build the stacks and take then the flue gas as it comes out of the boiler. So we will bypass the FGD. And then in the same time, we will, while we then clean up the existing stack, we will then utilize the time to fix the FGD plant, as well as in to take our people through extensive training and development on how to run that FGD plant as and when it is ready to be commissioned again. Thank you. And it was not an overnight incident. I can confirm that as well. Thanks to you.
All right.
One, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Are there no indicators of possible failures in your system?
You've already indicated that there was no monitoring and evaluation. So,
and Chair, with the investigation, if I may, this will surface exactly where things went wrong. But it's definitely a combination of two issues, one being the design that we had, the design challenges, as well as our own people not that skilled and trained to run the plant.
In fact, it's what happened with the explosion at Medupi 4, amongst others. Things that, indicators which were there, were not seen by those that were doing that maintenance, which resulted in the explosion. So this is a repeat. So we've got Medupi 4 and the now Gusile 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So same. So at least we are all fair with these Eskom matters. The point of reference, right?
I think the intention is to collapse them.
Yeah, but the syndicate is there. And it thrives because of the absence of consequence management, internally and externally. I'm yet to see a fully fledged prosecution on an Eskom matter. Yes, there's the recoveries of money. We see those, but just an individual, I'm yet to see it. Usbanban. You know, I used to make the analogy with when the little ones visit Granny and Grandpa, they allow them to do whatever. They jump on beds, they sleep at 2 in the morning, they eat sugar, and all sorts of things. because the ugogo nje allows. This is holiday time. When they come back, now you're trying to reassert the rules. So it's that dilemma, because consequence management is absent. And this is not to cast aspersions on my son, because then his granny will not be happy with me. All right. Advocate Mutibi, over to you. Colleagues, you've got the hard copies now. Please also ensure that Eskom is furnished with hard copies where possible, so that they can go through with us. If not, a soft copy will also be sent to yourselves of the SIU present. But it has been flighted as well. Babu Mutibi, over to you. Honorable Paulson, talk to me.
Chairperson, I'm just concerned. Okay. Chairperson, I'm just concerned that Advocate Mutibi is not seated in an ideal position.
He's hiding.
Who can't see him?
I think, if he could maybe switch and...
Is this now a institution reshuffle?
Yeah, the incoming government has instructed already.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair and CEO. Babu Mutibi, they are deferring to you. I'm sure the cameraman will be very happy.
Mr. Director out.
There's also space here next to me. I don't bite.
Keep on dreaming, Paulson.
Wait, then you must sit there in the back and be quiet.
He's a back bencher now.
They always make a noise.
They always make a noise. And you?
He's always quiet.
Oh!
I'm giving wisdom and guidance here.
Yeah, it's good to make yourself useful. For a change. For a while. We are a unit here.
Yes, I'm the opposition. All the opposition attacks the EFF. Even the ANC.
Okay.
We are allowed.
Okay, are we all settled properly? Okay, thank you very much, Babu Mutibi, and over to you and your team, and thank you for your indulgence under the circumstances. We appreciate your patience. Over to you, sir.
Orange overalls.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed, Honorable. Chair, we appreciate the opportunity to present to the Honorable Committee. We also salute the Chair of Eskom and Eskom CEO and executives and members of the board, our colleagues at AG's office, and everyone in the room. Chair, we appreciate this opportunity, and of course that SIU will probably still appear in the committee, where we will continue to give updates on our investigation. We submitted the presentation, and in the presentation there are indications in terms of where there has been changes since we first appeared, or since we last appeared in October of 2022. As you indicated, Chair, we'll give a high-level presentation given the time. But let me first just introduce the team quickly. Next to me is Mr. Lekgetho. He oversees the investigation. He's the Chief National Investigator at SIU. And Mr. Govender, who is the lead, who leads the investigation. And then Dr. Wells is the Chief Legal Officer at SIU, responsible for all those civil litigation processes to recover the assets and money. And we have a colleague that has recently been appointed, Advocate Victoria Rammala. She's sitting there next to Dr. Wells. She's the specialist forensic lawyer, just to ensure that we beef up the team in terms of the forensic legal outcomes. So we continue to ensure that this team is capacitated appropriately. Honorable Chair, listening to the discussions earlier, I would like to just really go straight to slide number 6. Our mandate, the skills that we have, we've already indicated. I'd like to just spend a few minutes on this slide. We've presented it before, but it really just makes sense to reiterate. In the context of our presentation today, and listening to obviously what the chair of Eskom board has said, that as Eskom implements the turnaround plan, from where we are as the special investigating unit, and probably all other members in the committee, and just general expectation from all other law enforcement agencies, is that those who are responsible and accountable to where we find ourselves, and I'm using we as a royal we, but it's where Eskom finds itself today. Those really have to be held to account. In terms of general consequence management, those who are responsible for the corruption that was committed at Eskom, maladministration and malpractices, those need to be held to account. And I want to reiterate what the honourable member has indicated, that general consequence management should include criminal sanctions that leads to those who are responsible being jailed. Now, this is the function of ourselves as the special investigating unit, the allegations that we are investigating, and we've investigated them over time. Because as the current management and board of Eskom, yes, they are charged with the duty to ensure that it turns around. But questions are raised in terms of who is accountable to where Eskom finds itself. And that's where we would have investigated, and we are going to come to the extended mandate of the new proclamation. That takes us back, and it enables us to investigate back in time, within a limited time, to ensure that those who were at the time charged with the responsibility, whether it's executive management or the board, or just general officials, those who are pointed out by credible evidence, action needs to be taken. And we would really want to underscore that, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Now, having said that, slide number 8, please. This is the proclamation that's currently under investigation, or that authorizes some of the current investigations. There's been quite a lengthy discussion around procurement of coal and transportation of coal. Honourable Chair, and we do make some of the pronouncements in the presentation. There's been several findings in this regard. But Chair, as we were preparing with the team in this aspect, it dawned to us that this area actually has been an area of concern, has been a vulnerable area for a very long time. As at last year, we looked at the report which was authorized by a proclamation dated 2012. And we have not included it in the report, but just by the way of reference. This 2012 report was submitted to the President in 2017. It still had issues around coal transportation, and the emergency procurement of coal. And on the next occasion, Chair, just by way of reference, we could probably share comprehensively with the board. I mean, with the committee, and of course with the board. So we mentioned in this that it really appears that, and I mentioned in 2012, it could be that it preceded even 2012, but from where we investigated, we found that these issues have been, affecting Eskom for a long while. And now the question arises: is why is it that, as of today, or as of the proclamation of 2018, why were these matters not addressed and attended to, based on the recommendations and the findings that were made? And this is exactly where we come in, Chair, in terms of those who were present and charged with the duties at the time. What is it that they did, and what is it that they did not that we're supposed to do, and how is it that we hold them to account? So, Chair, we will do that. We also dealt with the procurement of diesel, and we'll go through that in the presentation. The appointment of payments to McKinsey, Trillion and regiments, we also dealt with that. Now, there's one point that I really want to spend some time on, bullet point number 5. That deals with the need for SIU to investigate maladministration in the affairs of Eskom. Chair, I've indicated to the team that as we continue with the investigation, we really need to dive deep into this maladministration aspect. While we dive deep in all other criminal aspects, fraud, corruption, we need to dive deep into the issues of maladministration and malpractice. And on those ones, Chair, just to indicate, as we indicate to the team, that we will have to dive deep in terms of possible governance failures in all of this period where we were investigating. Because maladministration, of course, is not a criminal offense, but it's a clear indicator in terms of what could have led to processes that resulted into criminal offenses. And the failure and maladministration can actually lead to the demise of an institution. So it's very important that we dive deep into maladministration and malpractice. So we look at the failures of governance, failures of decision-making process, failures of policies and procedures, the issues around risk management processes, whether they have failed, and the control and monitoring environment. We will dive deep into that, and of course the issues of consequence management. As we do this, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we will look at the applicable legislation. We will also look at the roles of executive authority, accounting authorities, executive management within the context of the legislation. We have really been provided a while back, and the team brought that to my attention, that there's a report by the Portfolio Committee dated the 28th of November 2018. This report looked at the governance aspect at Eskom. And as we dive deep into this maladministration, we'll also take that report into account, because we would like to understand what is it that was done based on that report. If I move on, Proclamation 3 of 2020, we also pronounce on those investigations that we did around cloud computing services, softwares, and then engineering and project management consulting services. These are in respect of Majuba and Matla Power Station. Right, slide 10. This is the proclamation I referred to, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that based on the new allegations that we received and that were not covered by the the previous proclamations. As you know, that we operate within the legal framework based on the authorized proclamation. Now, this proclamation was signed off by the President, and now it really authorizes us, SIU, to look at the contracting for procurement of goods, works and services by Eskom's Kusile, Midupi, Kendal, Matla, Duva, Anot, Tutuka and Grootvlei power stations, as well as Eskom's head office. Now, so based on this, Honorable Chair, we will really dive deep into some of those aspects at all of those stations. This would also include some procurement around information technology and fuel supply contracts. Honorable Chair, coming to the status of the investigations, and I will not really go into detail because this is the presentation we presented before. We start off with the area around conflict of interest. As we indicated before, that we have really found that there are those employees at Eskom who do business with Eskom and fail to declare. If you go to the next slide, this is the area where we have determined those who are doing business or linked to entities doing business with Eskom, but they do not declare. We're looking at the number of about 135 employees referred to date. Chair, as we indicated before, that this is one part of the basis on which the collusion of employees of Eskom with service providers and those entities where they have interest and they fail to declare. This is clearly a basis on which corrupt activities find prominence as well, but there is a process to ensure that there is consequence management. Most of the items or matters have been attended to, and of course we've seen increased commitment with the current management in terms of dealing with those matters. They are indicated in that slide, and we continue to ensure that we follow through with Eskom to ensure that action is taken. The next slide deals with those who fail to submit declaration forms. Again, you'll see the number there is quite high, and this number is about 5,464. Chair, again, just as a matter of reference, again, in 2012, when we started investigating at Eskom, similar findings were made, and the number of employees at the time was 3,488. So, and we're not saying it's probably the same individuals, but that exercise can be done. But if you look at from 2012 to, say, last year, that gives us almost 10 years, and the number has escalated by almost more than 2,000. So the question really is that this space requires more attention, because it's clearly a basis on which corrupt activities find prominence. The attention of these employees is elsewhere, is ensuring that they line up their pockets based on Eskom processes, whether it's procurement processes or any other processes. So we really require that this aspect be dealt with, and where there has those instances been finalized, we require instant and effective action against these employees. Again, not going into detail, Honorable Chair, we can, as we continue to appear before the committee and engage with Eskom, just continue to indicate where we are with consequence management in that regard. The next item is lifestyle audits. Again, as the GCO presented in the Eskom report, lifestyle audits were referred to SIU. The number is 34, and there are those that have been finalized, and there are those that have been actions taken. Again, lifestyle audits are a key process within the corruption prevention framework, which we really would like to encourage and across government. So in this regard, we finalized, and we did find that there are those where there's indications that the lifestyle analysis indicated that there are risk indicators and action needed to be taken, and we are glad to see that this action been taken. The next slide is still in the realm of failure to declare interest. This is one example of the former head of legal of Eskom who failed to declare. And when we made findings and made a report to Eskom, of course he had a different view, and he took our report on review. The review was heard by the court, and as you see at the last statement there, the hearing was heard on the 16th of November last year, and judgment has been reserved. We expect the judgment anytime from the High Court. Honourable Chair, again, the serious vulnerable area, which is coal supply agreements, we have in the next slide the one relating to Tegeta, Brakfontein. In that slide we presented this in October, Chair, but we really want to re-emphasize the investigation is finalized. So in this regard, there has been NPA referrals. Those employees who were pointed to as having been responsible for this process, the finding by the team is that those employees are no longer with Eskom. However, on the last side of the slide is civil litigation and the NPA referrals. The fact that they are no longer at Eskom, NPA is pursuing them, and on the civil side, we also ensure that we pursue them to ensure that if you look at the last on the right-hand side, phase 3, the SIU will embark on a civil action against those board members and executives identified. We have already engaged counsel in order to ensure that we take action. So we will continuously update the committee on that matter. The next slide again is still the investigation that was done around coal supply agreements, Tegeta, Optimum. Again, this investigation is complete. Similarly, those who were responsible here have left the organization. That's the finding by the team. But again, NPA is pursuing those matters. And I think again the group chief executive officer referred to this, that we are at court with all of those who were involved. As you can see, it's former executives, executive managers, there's board members, and there's also an executive authority in the form of the former minister. So we are relentless in ensuring that we pursue this, Honourable Chair. And the update there is that this matter has now been set down for the 10th of March 2023. We are really pleased to see that process continuing in the Gauteng High Court. And of course, our cases will be argued appropriately so that we ensure positive outcomes to ensure that all of those are held to account. The next slide, again, it's coal supply. In this one, in Tegeta, Brakfontein, the investigation is also finalized. There's some work that's been done between the investigators and the civil litigation. I spoke to the chief legal counsel as we were preparing to present. We have to make sure that that part is really reviewed so that there would be civil action. And Dr. Wells can allude to that. I indicated to the team that we need to reopen this matter so that we instigate the civil proceedings. In any case, as investigations were conducted, SIU found that the contract was unlawful and invalid, and that it did not comply with procurement processes. We can see there that Eskom terminated the contract, and the value of the contract was 6.5 billion. At the time of the termination, I'm informed by the team that Eskom had paid 2.6 billion of this contract, and that's the basis on which I indicated to the civil litigation team that action really needs to be taken. The savings there amounted to about 4.3 billion. So that matter will continue to receive attention. The next slides 22, 23, and 24 up to 25. It's again coal supply agreements. The investigation is still ongoing, Honorable Chair. There's some findings that have been made, and as we indicate there, the team has indicated that the investigation will be finalized by March, and they have given me an undertaking that that date still stands on all of those investigations. So at this stage, Honorable Chair, with your permission, we can probably proceed from there. We'll indicate at the next appearance what became of those investigations. But otherwise, the outcomes will be reached based on the outcomes that we seek to procure. Slide number 26. The contract was concluded, and the investigation to date, as I'm informed by the team, is that they found that it was compliant, as it was fairly new performance. The mine was not investigated, and the team is preparing for closure. But we will ensure that as they prepare for closure, there are really no issues, and we'll interact with Eskom on that part. Slide number 27, we presented before that this was in the context again of the coal transportation environment. In this case, these were the two Eskom managers, and we ensured that this matter is investigated. As you can see, ultimately, based on the investigations, there was some wrongdoing found on these managers. We managed to preserve about 11 million, which was in the bank account of one manager. So at this stage, we have made about 15 NPA referrals, and we are pursuing that with NPA. And the civil litigation process will proceed. The issue around the 11 million that we preserved, they challenged us and they failed, and that 11 million will be forfeited to the state, and then of course returned to Eskom. So we really would like to ensure that there's similar consequence management across the board, including the criminal prosecution, which we continue to support. Right, on the diesel procurement, it's page 28 up to page 32. The investigations are ongoing. So on that part, if you look at all the slides 28 up to 32, there is a focus there was a focus on procurement process, which was investigated, but there's also going to be a focus on reviewing the performance of the company against the payments, and that is going to entail a whole lot of processes, and the team will look at that, and we will appraise the committee when next we appear in terms of what became of those investigations and what the outcomes we have reached. Now, the build projects that we looked at, and the new proclamation also authorizes that we looked at them. So the investigation will probably still be ongoing, but those parts that were authorized by the 2018 proclamation will continue to ensure that they reach finality. We investigated at Kusile and Midupi and Ingula. And on slide 35, amongst others, there's that ABB contract that we looked at. Again, not to reiterate, this is the one that we presented before, where there was a payment of 1.5 billion, and due to operational requirements, Eskom still required ABB to still render the services, but we are at the stage, as we prepared for this, at the stage where we'll need to start inquiring at what point, is that going to end, so that we are not seen as keeping a company that was found guilty of wrongdoing, ensuring perpetuity. But we did understand, and we met with National Treasury, and that part has been taken care of. But of importance is to ensure that the consequence management takes effect. We are at the special tribunal to ensure that we cancel the contract appropriately. The next slide, this involves still Kusile, and this involves turnover contracts. This is quite a number of contracts. Again, the investigation is really ongoing. But as I can indicate on the third bullet point, we found evidence of corruption in respect of money paid by turnover to one of the companies and to various former Eskom employees. So based on that finding then is to ensure that we make appropriate referrals to NPA, which we made, and we know that NPA is pursuing that. So at the moment, the team is awaiting a technical expert report in terms of global settlement, and there's amounts being made reference there, about 700 million and 350 million that was paid to turnover. So when next we appear, we will ensure that we appraise the committee in terms of what became. So we're informed that turnover is challenging the termination of the contract, and that will possibly be dealt with accordingly. The next slide really deals with one of the other examples of the cases that we found, which is Kakudi and others, and this related to the areas of Kusile power station. As you can see there on bullet point number 3 again, SIU found evidence of a flow of money from Eskom to the JV and to Eskom employees or agents of the employees through convoluted network of entities. Honorable Chair, just to reiterate that across the spectrum, this is where we have found that the issues of collusion between Eskom employees and service providers, it's quite rampant. And this is the organized nature of what's happening at Eskom. We will proceed, and we know that MPA is pursuing this. There has been AFU, Asset Forfeiture Unit involvement, that have preserved various assets held in the names of Eskom employees. We are also pursuing the civil litigation process to cancel the contracts. The next slide, we've presented this before. These are the matters. Some of them continue to be reported as we investigate. This is one of them, that as we were investigating, we received a whistleblower report that said Mrs. Moyo, who was one of the managers, benefited to the tune of 24 million, 0.5 from some company through a convoluted structure of entities as well as her family members. She received this payment in circumstances where she was responsible and or involved in the appointment and managing and approving of payments by this company. Honorable Chair, this is just, as I say, one example where action has been taken, and we are really pleased that we have made disciplinary referral and action. Eskom took action, and this manager was dismissed. We also obtained an order to freeze this Ms. Moyo's pension, and we have made referrals to NPA and AFU. The contract was terminated, and we are really pleased about that. And SIU has also assisted AFU in ensuring that the assets are freezed. So these are some of the consequence management that we want to see across the spectrum of all this wrongdoing. Now, the next slide is one of the focus areas of Proclamation 3 of 2020, which was cloud computing. In this regard, again, the investigation is complete. There has been findings that there was unlawfulness here, and again, there's been disciplinary referrals. As these employees were no longer in the employ, no action could be taken. But again, NPA processes and civil litigation processes will get hold of them. We are at the special tribunal. On the NPA referrals, you can see there were 6 made. An additional 7 was also made, which gives us a total of 13 referrals that were made. So we would like to see action being taken. At the special tribunal, the papers have been filed, and we are expecting that the proceedings will proceed accordingly, and that there will be recoveries. Right. In terms of the engineering and project management consulting services, you'll see there that the next slide mentions the company called Impulse. And we have presented this before, but there has been quite serious progress in this matter, that there has been arrests made by investigative directorate, and we are really pleased to see that, because we have made these referrals to ensure that actions are taken. Again, we will monitor that to ensure that all the actions are taken and all the recovery processes are made. So this is the Impulse part, and again, this was at the wrongdoing that was done at Matla and Majuba power stations, and you can see the amounts there at the top, at the first bullet point, which was 41.5 million and 41.8 million respectively. So we are really pleased to see the actions and consequence management being taken. Chair, we have, as I said before, in October, we have made some observations. There hasn't really been any additional observations that we made. We're really expecting that the area of conflict of interest, which is on slide 44, slide 45, which we presented before, that this area really receives attention. Because as we say, more often it's areas of this nature: conflict of interest, failure to declare, and of course issues around lifestyle assessment, lifestyle audit, that we need to intensify these processes. The next slide, around slide number 46, we've also presented before our observations. Chair, this area, and I think the group CEO touched on this, in terms of coal procurement and transportation. The collusion, again, is quite rampant in this area. Eskom officials facilitating contracts, Again, the suitability of coal has been pointed out. The issues around inflated price has been pointed out. The issues around testing, and we are really pleased that the control measures have been implemented to ensure that the suitability of coal is such that what is expected by Eskom. But of course, this continues to be an area of vulnerability that requires extra attention. On the next slide, the observations continue, which we will really not reiterate again, Honorable Chair, but we are really pointing out the issue around collusion and inflated prices, and collusion with transporters and truck drivers in the middle of the slide, and the issue around testing. Chair, what we also indicate, and it will come out also in the recommendations we made, the group CEO really mentioned that the issue of transportation of coal, we have made that finding even way back in 2012. Again, just to show that this has been matters that have been coming for a long, long time. In the 2012 report, we have made finding based on the modes of transportation of coal that were delivered to the power stations by conveyor belt from tight coal mines, by road and by rail. So, Chair, it is our view that this area really requires, as Eskom turns around, this area requires clear, proper attention, because it's a key vulnerability area. In fact, as we were doing our preparation, it appeared to us that it may have been a fundamental error to move transportation from rail to road, simply because it has now resulted in all these vulnerabilities. So it's an area, and we know that in terms of convenience and fast delivery and so on, rail probably plays a role, but look at the risks that has come with it. And we are really raising it as an issue that requires attention. Right, on the next slide relating to build projects, our investigation has really revealed that the major issues around here is from the claims management, and we've engaged with the Eskom management around this, the ABB process and the Tenova one that we've also picked up. And these are the areas that will continue to receive attention. Now, the systemic recommendations on slides from 50 up to 52 are those recommendations really that would in our view address the observations that we've made. So again, we'll continuously engage with Eskom management in terms of how we input into the improvements of the administration and the system, and we've done that. So we will continue to engage. Slide number 54. Again, as I said, we've presented before. Is the summary of outcomes that are covered in the whole presentation. As you can see there's focus areas, a number of disciplinary processes referred, number of NPA referrals, and the civil litigation process. If we look at the civil litigation process, just roughly the amounts of the irregular contracts actually count up to more than 13 billion. So this really just indicates the seriousness of the recoveries that we need to make. But a related aspect is all of those who were involved in all of this really needs to be held to account. And what is it that are we doing? On the next slide, further actions that we are taking, and we'll come to that. It's the last paragraph that you are seeing there around freezing of assets. So before I talk to that, the state capture recommendation, there's quite a number of recommendations that we are taking into account. We have made inputs into the plan that the President has presented to Parliament, and we'll ensure that we monitor all those processes. All of us, all law enforcement agencies, have made input into that plan. Of importance in our space, which is a unique mandate that SIU has, is around, as I indicated, maladministration. Over and above fraud, corruption, and other crimes and misconduct, civil litigation to recover, the most important part is how do we make findings around maladministration and malpractice, and how is it that we contribute to the improvement of the administration. Now, the last part I indicated is around the freezing of assets. The team, the legal team, and then the investigating team are on instruction to ensure that we go back and identify all of those that have been implicated to date, that we need to see action, at least from our side, in collaboration, of course, with the ID and asset forfeiture unit, but more often it really starts from our investigators, identifying all of those that have been implicated, and ensure, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that as part of consequence management, all of those assets that they have amassed illegally on corrupt basis, we must really ensure that we freeze them and ensure that we recover. And this is just one aspect in terms of immediate action, while we support NPA on the prosecution, and while we continue with the civil litigation for recovery and ensuring that there's consequence management internally at Eskom, and now to really ensure that all of those who are responsible and accountable to where Eskom finds itself now, having to really ensure that we indicate and demonstrate that there's a requisite consequence management while we contribute to the improvement of the administration. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mtibi. Colleagues, I'm looking at time. I think we're not going to take questions on this because some of the issues that the SIU has raised were follow-up reporting and updating us in terms of where they are. If you look at the observations and the recommendations made, they largely remain the same. It boils down to a matter of practical implementation of the issues that they've raised. Fundamentally, though, they do highlight the observations that we have had, that a key component of turning Eskom around is a concerted effort to ensure that investigations run their full course and arrive at a logical conclusion. Some of the issues being raised from 2012, for example, 2017, will require us in the meeting with the presidency finalizing the reporting matrix to be dealt with, because you'll recall some of these reports are sitting in the presidency of the SIU. Some SIU reports as far back as 2002, because there was an absence of a reporting matrix and implementation of recommendations arising out of it. So so that we do justice to it, because if we start 30 now, it's 15 minutes, and we're not going to do justice to it. So, Advocate Mtibi, I think we will note the presentation and the submission that you have made, and then when we next meet, we will start our deliberations with the SIU on these matters, and then we'll take it from there. I hope colleagues find that to be in order.
It is in order, Chair.
Provided,
it is in order. Opportunistically, one reference. That reference relates to conflict of interest, exemplary leadership.
Okay, just get your mic on now, because you are now delving into.
No, don't necessarily delve into it. I think they have made reference to one important element of ethical conduct, which is driven through matters of a transparency, dealing with a number of things, exemplary leadership and so forth. It was here in this room about a month ago when we met with the leadership of SSA, and some reference was made into a number of Eskom management related failures to declare. The CEO was counted as among those who have failed to forward that information. If indeed we can have that confirmation or rebuttal in terms of vetting. Just the element of that.
No, I think that is important to exercise the altering pattern. So CEO, just stand by. I'll put a matter before you shortly. Honorable Hadebe, I think that issue of obsolescence is all right. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I accept your ruling, but I'm concerned in terms of clarity as it relates to the cases of conflict of interest where there are 120 finalized, 71 guilty, but you don't. There is no mention of the exact sanction to those. Can you, if you can, give us a detailed information of what were they? Are they still part of Eskom? Was it the written warnings? Because there's a tendency of being lenient and too soft and treat these matters with kids' glove when people have really transgressed the policies that are there deliberately so. And I was hoping you would have a column that indicates the 71 that were found guilty. What was the sanction thing?
Okay, no, I think on those issues, let's do this. SIU, where you've detailed numbers of people, I think working with Eskom is to be more specific. There was a report just on the issue of vetting. The Eskom report, they provided a list. So I think the same should happen here. To say, right, it was this person at this level when we speak about written warning and so on. So expand on the list. But and I did note that in the Eskom submission, there was a response to that issue. But I think, Mr. Chairman, you will recall that in our October meeting, we dealt with the issue of vetting at Eskom. It was raised. We scheduled a meeting with the State Security Agency, amongst others because Eskom was flagged, and then other institutions, including but not limited to delays in appointing the SAPC board, arose because of challenges which were cited to be challenges at SSA. That said, to cut a long story short, we met with the State Security Agency, the Minister and the Deputy Minister, to deal with a number of issues, including legal matters and so on. And they've not up to now submitted the legal opinions, by the way, colleagues, which we had requested, which were due in December. And follow-up correspondence has been sent. But the issue then that they raised, Mr. Chairman, so through you for the CEO, because we were informed the CEO was not vetted, was that the vetting of the CEO had not happened because the CEO had refused. That was what was put to us. And insofar as submission of documents which required or enabled the vetting process to proceed. So they put that to us. I noted a media statement somewhere, but because we don't talk to each other through media statements, I just read it and left it there. So once the CEO is here, Mr. Chairman, I thought I should put it, Mr. Somyo reminds us, so that we get a response to that in exercising the alterum pattern, so that we get the full picture of what happened. But as far as SSA is concerned, the vetting of the CEO had not proceeded because of non-cooperation on the part of the CEO. So just a response to that, and then Honorable Hadebe, we've noted the issues. We'll discuss the reporting modalities with the SIU, but there is a schedule, colleagues, as you may have noted in the Eskom report that they submit. We just want to put that matter before we come to a close of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Perhaps let's ask Mr. Director to respond.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, for the opportunity to respond. Based on what was reported in the media, because obviously Eskom wasn't represented at that session, the statement was made by, I think, Deputy Minister Kodwa, that the SSA had requested information from me since June of 2023. We went back into our records. We could find no trace of such a request. Certainly no such a request had been made to me. The first time that a request to complete Form Z204, which is the vetting form, was received was at the end of October. So unfortunately we have a different version of events based on the documents submitted to us. The vetting, I think, is now moot, given my resignation. I think to vet me now would not serve much purpose. And in fact, Honourable Chair, it is quite strange that the vetting assumed huge urgency when I had been in the job for almost 3 years. So I think maybe that's a lesson to be learned by everyone involved in this process, that the new incumbent should be vetted prior to appointment rather than more than halfway through the contracted tenure. But certainly we have a different recollection and documents than was represented to this committee by the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Okay. So,
Thanks, Chair. I think what's lacking on the response is that the request was made in October. We had a meeting in December, and at that time we were told that they are still awaiting the letter, and at that time we have not responded to that request. So the question that we want to get a clear understanding, upon receiving the request in October, did you comply with the request? Because at that time you were fully in charge. There was no intention for you to resign at the time. From October until December, what happened?
Okay. CEO?
Right, so Z204, I don't know if you're familiar with the document, but it's quite an onerous document. It requires the disclosure of a substantial amount of information. So I was in the process of collating this information when the decision to resign was made, and therefore again the point became moot.
All right. It is well understood. There's a different set of information. The CEO has presented his side of the story. SSA has presented its own. We will await the report that is due to us and arrive at a determination, because noting the resignation, it's not moot from our side in the sense that it takes us back to an issue we have consistently and persistently raised about vetting at Eskom in any case, and to look at why it's not happening. Because, Mr. Chairman, this matter of vetting is not new for us. We have raised it persistently. And so it would mean that there is a systematic shortcoming somewhere which allows for the vetting process to be open-ended. And that for us is a problem. AG has raised this matter. Law enforcement agencies have raised this matter. So it's not a matter in a vacuum. So it might not now apply to Mr. Director specifically, but the set of lessons around his situation will provide greater clarity in terms of how this process must be concluded timelessly. I would like to say, colleagues, there's just one matter which I think must draw our attention, I think is important in conclusion.
Nevertheless, Chair, nevertheless, you should make a closing point on the matter. That we have met
SSA ministry, and we've met now with Eskom. It raises some level of fair understanding of where matters lie, and SSA's attitude in as far as the vetting processes are concerned. So we must make that kind of a balance, one way or the other. Thank you very much.
And the corresponding has been signed off onto SSA, I think we'll include that. Colleagues, I'm sure you'd have noted there was an issue that was raised around Tutuga, and that it is at an EAF of 15 to 17%. But I underscored the issue of the manager being in a bulletproof vest with bodyguards on site, his family, and so on. And it just speaks to a heightened level of criminality which exists in that particular space. And I wanted to say, Advocate Muti, obviously probably this will follow in writing as well, that the anti-corruption task team prioritizes investigations around Tutuga as a matter of urgency. We can't have a power station operating at a capacity of 15 to 17% on the basis, amongst others, of criminality. It's just obscene, and it would be a dereliction of duty to allow it to continue, because it's been categorically put now that the circumstances have become so strenuous. And of course, working with the SSA will advise them, because it would then mean that the country is being held to ransom by a criminal syndicate that is prepared to see an ultimate, dysfunction or non-performance of a power station because of criminal. I'm not saying that criminality in total brings us to the 15 to 17%, but the circumstances that have been explained here do point to a direction that require for an investigation. And so if the anti-corruption task team can look at that, we will follow it up in writing as well to assist the Eskom deal with this situation. And I'm sure at an appropriate time we will also, as a committee, schedule an oversight visit to Standerton. Once, of course, the security clearance matters have been looked at, because quite clearly it's very hostile working environment there as well. So it might unlock for us challenges. Colleagues, any other matters will conclude when we find time as a committee on this. All I can say, Mr. Chairman, is will. The situation is urgent, the situation is dire, and it requires redoubled efforts to take us out of this quagmire. Chair, in a minute, your own concluding remarks, and I just have one announcement and then we're done.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Let me start off by thanking you for the invitation to be here and the quality of the engagements that we've had. Let me say that, re-emphasize that we take our accountability seriously. We will always avail ourselves when we're called upon to do so. And we also want to say that in any manner possible as a board that we can facilitate that the quality of such accountability is enhanced, we will do so. That's why we always endeavor to ensure that the chairs of the committees come with us when we come here, because that's where the rubber hits the road in terms of the work of the board. And let me again reconfirm that we had invited all of them. Sadly, 3 couldn't be here: the chair of Human Capital, the chair of RFC, and the chair of the Board Operational Performance Committee. But we will continue to do so, and double, triple our effort, but we take these matters very seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Colleagues, I received a letter from the Minister of Employment and Labour just to advise us that Mr. Mafata, who was the Commissioner of the Compensation Fund, has resigned. there is an acting commissioner now, Ms. Fazana Fakir. So I raise it because we've got ongoing investigations and issues with the compensation fund. So there's that change of leadership now, and we'll consider it. We'll look at it, of course, in terms of what it means for the investigations that we are directed to take place at the compensation fund. So there's that change at the compensation fund. Mr. Chairman and board members, and thank you very much to the chairs of the committees, the CEO, in the executives, and thank you very much as well. And we will meet as and when the need arises, and when the program does allow. Of course, Mr. Tarita has reminded us more than twice or so in this meeting, even offering Upig the opportunity to apply for the CEO position. So if this is the last time we are seeing Mr. Dorita, all the best in your future endeavors. Colleagues, thank you very much. On that note, Babu Mtip, colleagues, the meeting stands adjourned. Other family matters, please talk to Lungi so we know about them. Thank you very much. Thank you. When also now very clear that you serve there. First ground floor, ground landmarks, ground floor. Oh, sorry, one second.